First set, Schroeder to serve. Ready, play. Love. Love. Advantage Whiteman. Juice. Advantage Whiteman. Wagner to serve.
Schroeder avenging the loss of that opening service game. He breaks back immediately to Love, so he'll be pleased with that. Apologies, we had a little bit of a technical issue just now, that's why we lost our sound. So back on terms here then, Schroeder and Wagner, 1 game apiece at the start of semi-finals Friday. Quad singles semi-final underway. World number 2 to serve, having shared a break of serve each. We were talking, Anna, weren't we, about just how much fatigue might play a part. That really hot day yesterday when David Wagner was out in the sun for 2 hours, 46 minutes, wasn't it? And, you know, 47 years of age, you wonder how much he's got left in the tank. I mean, yes, okay, it's only 1 match, and he lives in hotter climes of San Diego, but it's got to take its toll, if not physically, then emotionally.
Especially if they'd have come through that match yesterday as well. That fatigue might have been slightly less getting that victory, but like you said, maybe being slightly older, is he able to recover as quickly? But starting off pretty well here.
Schroeder under siege again here from Wagner, trailing Love 30.
Oh!
Compound that with the fact that Schroeder had a love win over Kim of Korea in his quarterfinal as well. So not detained for long, and a bye prior to that. That's a wicked second serve, loaded with spin.
And disguise as well. You thought that he was maybe going to go down the middle, but he was just able to flick that wrist and get that ball kicking out of the tram lines.
Well done. Defending his court very solidly there, Schroeder.
Wagner might be a little bit annoyed with himself there. He came forward, great choice. He just didn't quite do enough with that volley. Straight back to Schroeder and just made that space available.
No ball kids this year. All COVID protocol. Less staff on site, the better. And of course, no spectators for the first time at the British Open. We really miss you. Just not the same. Lovely kick serve again from Schroeder, just getting enough bite on that up the back of the ball. It just jumped right out of the strike zone of the American. 3 consecutive points then for the left-handed Dutchman. Schroeder was rampant from love 30. He holds on to the first service hold of the match and will wheel around having collected his towel with a slender 2-1 lead. Just 12 minutes of action out here on centre. Not the same for the athletes, is it, quite, without any fans, spectators, not really allowed in. It's all behind closed doors, as we mentioned at the top of the programme. It's perhaps a little flat in that regard, and you wonder how these guys respond to that. It's all about them geeing themselves up, isn't it, Anna?
Yeah, definitely. You know, ideally they want fans to be here. They experienced that at Wimbledon, which was fantastic, and they got the bug for having spectators again. But to go back to having no one here is tough. You've got to find that motivation within yourself, which I'm sure both of these players have. But like you said, it's not quite the same. You don't get that adrenaline rush from the supporters.
Interesting as well, I was just casting my eye beyond Sam Schroeder there, a fellow with his elastic bands at the back, just doing a lot of back work, because of course the front of the shoulders and the chest get very developed, but the back a little neglected. So a lot of these athletes now, most of them very professional, they'll be working the back, the opposing muscles to keep them strong and keeping the balance in the body. So David Wagner trailing 1-2 first set here. Three-time Australian Open and 3-time US Open quad singles champion is David Wagner. That's a fine serve to start the game. David broke his neck when a wave swept him off his feet when he was playing frisbee with his friends in the surf of Redondo Beach in California as a youngster. 47 years of age now. Real big advocate of wheelchair tennis. Terrific player. Yes, only one winner at that point, despite sterling defence of it from the Dutch. To no avail in the end. Terrific drop shot from Wagner.
Didn't think he was going to get it, did you? Somehow he just pushed so quickly, managed to scrape it up, made it tricky for Wagner, but just nudged it down the line into the open court.
Terrific return of serve from Schroeder, the lefty. a lot of zip and racket head speed, hasn't he, the Dutchman?
Especially on that forehand side. He's just able to hold it really nicely. He waits until Wagner commits, and then he normally hits back behind. Really good shot.
Brilliant. Did really well, straining every sinew, this 21-year-old youngster, on that return of serve, and really capitalizing on the very next shot. He's been refreshing in this quad singles discipline. Being so young as well, very bright future ahead. You sense a real dominance from him. Moving on. Likes that serve to the backhand of Schroeder, does Wagner. Goes there a lot. There's a lot of traffic going that direction. Using his natural swing across his body. Very low-key, kind of understated type of personality, Sam Schroeder. I called this match against Dylan Alcott at Wimbledon, and you couldn't get two more extreme personalities. It was quite a spectacle. Dylan's so sort of out there and in your face and outspoken, and it was a fascinating matchup. One in which Sam, frankly, just looked like a shrinking violet. You know, it was a kind of almost a hard to watch dynamic, with Dylan being so extrovert. But one thing that Dylan Alcott is, he's a champion of the sport, and he is very compassionate, very warm, and in no way would have wanted to, you know, downplay Sam Schroeder. In fact, he was bigging him up all the way through, and it was, you know, it was a match played in great spirit. Dylan Alcott coming through in straight sets in the end for yet another slam time. Yeah,
but it would have been a great experience for Schroeder as well, with everything that Alcott's achieved in the sport. I'm sure he was a big role model for Schroeder growing up as well. So the occasion can be a little bit overwhelming, but it's a fantastic experience for him, and he's only going to learn from it.
That's a beautiful spreading of the court from David Wagner. He knows he's got to get in first, and this was a terrific example of just that.
Again, it's that wider serve, isn't it? Both players have been using that, especially on the deuce side, to really open up the court and then just hit that into the open space.
Only got approximately 30% strength in his hand as well, hence you see a lot of taping around his hand and wrist to secure the racket, and of course they've got to push the wheel rims as well. That's why the taping looks a little bit dirtied, because it's got multiple jobs. Fabulous variety on the serve from the American. He holds on after a very tight service game. So one break each, one serve hold each as well, bringing parity to this opening set. 2 games all. He sends the balls down and will prepare for another upcoming return game. He's a pretty cagey tactician. He knows exactly what this is all about. He's been doing it for a long time, and he's trying to use all of his match experience to find a way past this youngster that he hasn't beaten in the last 3 occasions. Sam Schroeder carrying less body weight as well, lithe, sinewy, kind of just, you know, he's wheeling around at speed, isn't he? Looks very sprightly, having received that bye at the, you know, the opening day's play.
And coming through so comprehensively yesterday as well. He's going to be full of energy out there and full of confidence.
Nice idea, always difficult with that ball leaping up.
You can think it's a definite tactic from Wagner though, trying to come forward a lot. We've seen that a lot in these opening 4 games, really looking to get the first strike in and move forward as much as he can.
Plays with a pad in his hand, Sam Schroeder, that he takes the racket and his hand to this pad, and it allows him to push. We did a close-up on it at Wimbledon, the other player, and it allows him to push. And it's a really effective little device, like a sort of spongy kind of pad for Sam Schroeder, the left-hander. Just kind of allows him to accommodate his grip on the racket a little better as well. Well done, Sam Schroeder secures a love service hold, much more emphatic than a couple of the previous games. So that'll bode well for the young Dutch. He leads 3-2 first set. So the LTA's vision is to make tennis more inclusive and accessible to all people and communities. They have a record number of disabled people playing tennis across our network of clubs, venues. It's all about raising the profile of tennis for disabled people and encouraging even more people to pick up a racket and give it a go. And it's really very encouraging to see so many talented young British players competing in the junior event here, which starts on Sunday and Monday of next week. So the British Open here, the wheelchair tennis champs, brings the best wheelchair tennis players on the planet to Nottingham, competing to lift the title. However, also hoping to inspire the next generation of players just starting out on their journey in sport. And of course, that really is applicable to Sam Schroeder, because when he was in hospital after all of these operations that he had, 30 before the age of 16, the tennis, he says, he quotes it, gave him, you know, reason to carry on and keep fighting, and the chemo as well. He just loves his tennis.
Definitely, it's such a cause. Yeah, it really does. Sport can be so inspiring and so uplifting, and if it helps give you that motivation and drive, it's a fantastic tool to be able to use.
Well, you kind of get the sense from the American, the far end at the top of your picture, that he's kind of rolling the dice quite a lot today. He's coming forward a lot, isn't he? Asking different sort of questions, almost like he's taking quite a lot of risks.
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure that it's necessarily the most successful play. He struggled a little bit on those points, especially if you're not approaching off a great shot. Schroeder's had a pretty comfortable passing shot most of the time.
Yeah, he probably senses that he doesn't want to go toe-to-toe from the baseline against the young Dutch, having been wounded 3 times in the last 3 meetings.
You heard his frustration as well in that previous game.
Super point from the American, managing to dispatch that off forehand winner.
Maybe having a little bit of help from the wind as well. The wind is with him and out this end, adding a little bit of extra pace.
Super aware of the conditions, these athletes. They'll be picking up on that subtle little breeze. Ouch. Scorcher. Out wide. Wonderful ace. Timely, much needed.
Again, using a little bit of help from the wind there to generate that extra pace.
Winners abound out here now on centre. So, break point for Schroeder here. Well, it was a brilliant return of serve, just tangling the server up into the chair, and Wagner could do nothing really with the response. Sam Schroeder breaks serve again and heads out to a 4-2 lead. The American will feel hard done by here, having hit a couple of winners, clean winners in that game, an ace and an off forehand winner. To no avail though. It's the Dutchman who has a 2-game cushion here now. Brilliant. Takes a lot of doing, given their disability. Hitting, you know, as many winners as they are is outstanding tennis.
Yeah, it does. He just took that return of serve on a little bit earlier, didn't he? Used the pace on the serve and was able to just guide it cross court. Schroeder didn't stand a chance.
Well, had we had Hawkeye, you think he would have pressed the challenge button there, wouldn't you? He looked longingly at that, thinking that he found the line. It's a half chance for the American again here. Very difficult shot, having to lay the wrist back there for David Wagner. He'd engineered the point so cleverly.
He'd done all the hard work, hadn't he, in that rally? Manoeuvred Schroeder around the court, came forward at the opportune moment, but just couldn't quite find the line and just nudged it wide. Could have had 3 break points there.
Great play from David Wagner. Very decisive volley that time. Had a little bit more room to play the backhand volley there.
It was a better move as well, wasn't it? The timing of coming forward was a lot better. I really saw Schroeder was on the stretch. like you said, was able to be really aggressive with that volley.
Certainly has changed up his tactic really effectively, the American, coming forward at any opportunity, seemingly. Oh, yes.
30-40.
I think he knows that when they're in the baseline exchanges, he can't quite hang with Schroeder, so he's going to have to try and mix it up, get him out of his rhythm, because otherwise this match could get away from him pretty quickly.
Oh, getting out of jail with some fine passing shots.
Yes, again, you see him looking to come forward, and he probably didn't think it was a bad return either, but Schroeder's so good in the defence, finding that cross-court angle passing shot.
Oh yes, so much variety off that forehand. He can hit it inside out, inside in. He left that one to the last moment and just flicked around the side of the ball. Very clever play from the 21-year-old Dutch.
His movement is so impressive, isn't it though, Paul? He doesn't seem to be out of position for anything. And then as soon as he gets that opportunity to attack, he is lethal.
Beautifully done from Wagner. It's a very apparent tactic. He's on the charge as early as he can in the point, but she knows, as you implied, Anna, that the approach has to be decent. But that was high quality.
That was a tricky volley as well, wasn't it? Schroeder got it coming right at his body. He was just able to manoeuvre that hand.
Again, the high quality forehand barrage from the Dutch left-hander has underpinned his weaponry today. Point for 5-2.
That's for service.
Good kick serve from Sam Schroeder to secure the 5-2 lead after 35 minutes of action in this match of youth versus experience. It's the youngster who has the upper hand. So day 4 on one of the most prestigious events on the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour. Our live continuing coverage keeps on rolling and anticipating building up to matches after this as well. With 4 more matches hereafter. Jordan Wily, the 3rd seed of Great Britain, takes on Aniek van Coort of the Netherlands, the 2nd seed in the women's singles. Then Gordon Reid in the all-British clash. He's up against his dear friend and doubles partner, Alfie Hewett, and then a couple of doubles as well. So lots for you to unfold on semi-finals Friday. Beautiful serve. He loves that one, doesn't he? That's his kind of go-to. Seen a lot of that in this match. Carving around the side of the ball. Similar patterns of play from David Wagner on the serve direction, just going a lot out towards the backhand of Schroeder, and he's getting rewarded nicely. Shaking his head, perhaps a little weary from all of his endeavour yesterday, with nothing to show in that long, tight doubles, just coming out the wrong side, the Americans against the Brits. That's a fine return from Schroeder, who's starting to get a read on that serve now.
He's not looking too happy out there, is he, David Wagner? Like you said, just a shake of the head and a couple of shouts of frustration. He's just got to find a way to stay in this opening set. Can't let Schroeder run away with it.
Well, serving particularly well, David Wagner there. That's an excellent game, and extending his stay nicely in this opening set. He's going to make Schroeder at least serve out for it. Fine game from the American there. He has been serving very, very well and taking a lot of calculated risks. Not easy as well when you kind of sense that, you know, you're being, you know, your ego's taking a bit of a beating, isn't it, as the older, more experienced man who had everything in the bag when he was, you know, winning all the titles, and then suddenly this young Dutch left-hander comes along to steal the show. It can't be easy.
Definitely not. I almost feel as if he's been dictated to a little bit here, especially by the Schroeder forehand.
Glorious. Really well done.
Showing that forehand of his own is a pretty good weapon as well, but that's a danger if you don't quite hit your spots on the serve.
Again, lovely forehand winning return.
Again, taking it on nice and early as well, isn't it? You think that's been a clear tactic throughout this whole first set. Can he take the ball on the rise as much as possible?
Beautifully done. A third consecutive forehand winner from the 47-year-old American. Put him in a really nice position now in this return game. He has managed to break the Schroeder serve at the very outset of this match. Can he do so again here?
3 minutes.
It's just an outstanding game, isn't it? 4 clean winners on return from Wagner to keep the set alive. He trails 4-5 now. Well, this is an event organised by the LTA, British LTA. the tournament is being so well taken care of, and of course the volunteers, the beating heart of such an operation, so many of them helping out around here behind the scenes. The indoor venue has been converted into a sort of organisational mecca at the moment, where all of this has been coordinated, and the tournament director, the referee work from, and all of the media, press articles and what have you. It's all sent around the world from there, so it's so much in the hub behind the organisation of this event, and these guys at the pinnacle showing us exactly what they can do. An American there with an amazing return game just now. Now, can he hold on to his own serve, trailing 4-5? He's unstoppable when he's got a short forehand like that.
Just all stems from the return though, doesn't it? If he's able to get a great return and you feel as if he's going to dominate the point. You've got Wagner moving there, and you can hear the aggression in his movement to get up to it. Take it on the rise when possible.
Frustrated having worked so hard to get to this predicament and just missing the half volley there. He's been really proactive out here, which is great to see. To cling on to Schroeder right here. Sam Schroeder just 2 points away from this opening set. It's a fine return of serve off the backhand again from Schroeder.
Maybe being a little bit too predictable as well with the direction. He knows that a high percentage of those serves are going to be slid down the middle, so he's just moving over a fraction.
Another fine winner off the backhand again from Sam Schroeder to secure the opening set then. After 46 minutes of action, the young Dutchman takes the opener, 6-4. Well, it's come such a long way, hasn't it? Quad draws are now included alongside the men's and women's events of all 4 Grand Slams as we take a look at the numbers.
Interesting stats there. It was a lot closer than we thought it was going to end up being, but Schroeder did so well. You can see that serve from Wagner though, for those 5 aces, but just not quite finding him at the right time. And it just ended up being that 1 break extra for Schroeder at the end. Still a very close set. Got to look to take the positive, Wagner, from those sets. Looking to come forward, be proactive as well. I'm sure he's not going to change up his patterns in the second set.
No, you've got to salute his positivity, the American. He's done really well, hasn't he, against the youngster. He knows he doesn't want to go baseline to baseline because of the fearsome forehand of Sam Schroeder's we've touched on a lot throughout this match. But as Jordan Wily's warming up for her match, she's up next on centre. You can see her just in the background of the picture there, having a hit with her coach. What a match she played yesterday. Playing really, really well. So she'll be out here against Annika Vakut. Third seed against the second in the women's singles. Now, what of David Wagner here? Can he find a way possibly to win the second set?
He's got to find a way to regroup, hasn't he? He just got the sense he's a little bit frustrated out there. Just at the change of ends, I think he was remonstrating a little bit with the umpire. Got to find a way just to refocus.
Second set, Schroeder.
Awkward shot right into the wheel of Wagner. Just a little hesitant which way to move. It must be so difficult in a chair to, you know, to make those kind of decisions so fast when the ball's coming at you.
Especially in the wind as well.
Yeah.
It just alters the flight of the ball a little bit.
Oh, he's picked off the pass again there, Schroeder.
Fantastic return though, wasn't it?
It really was. Just when you thought this was the point of no return and the American driving the point along so nicely, it was all his, but just threading the needle. Anything mid to three-quarter court, he's very dictatorial with that left-handed forehand, isn't he, the Dutchman?
I don't think he's missed one this whole match so far. Not coughing up a single unforced error with it. He's so clinical.
Yeah, it's repeatable, loaded with spin. He can go either way. It's hard to read. But I tell you what, you've got to credit this man because he's come out with some incredible angles on return of serve. I mean, we saw the previous return game when he hit 4 return winners. Too good.
There it is again, isn't it? Just that early slice forehand moves onto it. Takes so much time away from Schroeder. There's nothing that he can do about it.
Yeah, well, clinically picked off there from Schroeder. Good defence from Wagner here. Scuttles right almost into the side of the court to get this one back. Schroeder just lasers that one away.
Fantastic movement to get around it. You thought maybe it would have been more sensible to try and go for the backhand, but not at all. He wanted to get onto that forehand. You can see why.
Oh yes, the back behind volley there, brilliant.
Advantage Wagner.
Well, it's Wagner asking all the right questions. Getting forward at the earliest opportunity now in any rally. Rolling the dice frenzy. It's got a break point. That'll frustrate him. He was there.
It was a chance, wasn't it? He got exactly what he wanted. He just didn't quite execute with a backhand volley. And again, just that sound of frustration. He knows that he's got to start taking these chances if he wants to get back into this match.
Just missed. Super play, and you've got to take your hat off to David Wagner, or Cap in this case, because he's just been really brave, if you ask me, in terms of the way that he's contested this, coming forward at any opportunity, asking a different question time and again of the young Dutchman. It's like a sort of poised cheetah the other end, ready to wheel into the court so quickly to stalk his prey. Look at this. A little bit of a lucky break off the top of the net there.
That's what you get for being brave, isn't it? He just hasn't deviated from his game plan. He knew from the outset that he had to be aggressive, and he decided from that first point that he was going to look to come forwards. And no matter what the scoreline is, he's going to stick with that play.
Oh, again he gets past. Another laser-like forehand, loaded with topspin to get it up and down on the angle from Schroeder, who's coming up with some incredible tennis in defence.
And again, it wasn't a bad approach, was it? It broke the tram line. Schroeder was pretty much out of the picture when he's coming up with that passing shot. What more can you do?
Yeah, very high level tennis. Just forcing the play, the American. He's generated a second breakpoint opportunity here. And he's doing his utmost to just try and make Sam Schroeder a little bit uncomfortable. Doing a really good job. Can he force another break of serve here? Off he goes on a mission. Gets it. High level half volley, pick up by the American, and that is a terrific game from him. Very inspired. And when you consider he lost that opening set but made a big fighting comeback in it, that was really very encouraging mentally for him.
It really was. You thought he could easily get down on himself, but the way he was able to regroup and come back out there and get that early break, really, really good to stop that momentum. And can he look to hold on to his serve here?
So prize money in these events continues to increase. We said that Wimbledon this year prizes up 17% on 2019. Sports continuing to evolve outside of the slams as well, with the Queen's tournament at the Cinch Championships. Right now, he's reminded me of another American, John McEnroe, in the able-bodied game, because he's coming forward at any opportunity and using really good hand skills. Half volleys, volleys. He's very dexterous, showing us all he's made of. It's great to see. Really adventurous, pioneering tennis out here by David Wagner. Yep, well done. Right into the wheel of the Netherlands player.
He's shown a little bit of that fieriness like John McEnroe as well, hasn't he, out here?
Yeah, there's been the odd sort of roar of
frustration
petulance
as well.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, picked off again. It's a risk you take. That charging forward mentality, if you don't quite get it exactly right, then you become a little vulnerable to that. John McEnroe bit right there.
The second occasion that he's had a bit of a discussion with the umpire. I think there was a call in that 5-4 game in the first set as well. We might hear that one soon.
Oh yeah, really telling length and fist pumping after that one is Schroeder. He was pleased with the quality there.
They're not paying attention for that. You're paying attention for that. Why don't you ask somebody that was on court 12? I mean, they're not looking for that. You are. They're not. I don't care what you think they heard.
Ongoing dialogue with the umpire then from Wagner. Break point to Schroeder. Telling length with the serve from Wagner. Completely different weather to yesterday, Anna. It's worth touching on it again, isn't it? Reiterating the temperatures have cooled probably sort of 7 or 8 degrees, I reckon. People coming today with certainly another layer or two, where yesterday was definitely shorts, t-shirt, sort of sun hat, shades, anything but today.
Changes the conditioners as well, doesn't it? The ball doesn't quite travel through the air as quickly.
Again, it's that forehand that really is just so prevalent on this court from the left-hander. He gets more acceleration than most in this category off that forehand. You can see the pad there in the grip that he pushes the wheels with. Very unique, nobody else does that. Well, despite some really sterling defence from Wagner, Schroeder breaks back immediately to get back on terms. Early stages of set 2 here. Deadlock at 1 game all as we head into the second hour of this one.
Your line umpires. They're not paying attention for lads. They're calling line. You call that. I gave you the second opinion. It hit the net.
Well, we've got County Cup unfolding on the grass, women's event, women's division, I should say. Able-bodied, a lot of serve volley going on, I'm sure, in the doubles. Beautiful grass courts here, aren't they? Really impeccable.
They are indeed. I always used to love playing here. They were like a carpet.
Generous run back as well. That's at the hard courts. It's a terrific facility, isn't it? What with the 8 indoor courts as well. Been a venue that's seen a lot of high-level tennis unfold over the years. Coming in on a little bit of a prayer there, the American. Just been broken, getting a little tetchy is Wagner. Schroeder with a 40-love advantage in this game. A big fan of his tenacity and competitiveness. The player that he's lost to the last 3 times. He's really digging deep here and giving all he's got, and you've got to credit that. Schroeder holds on to his serve to 15, and after an hour and 6, back in the driving seat of this one with a set and 2-1 lead. Curious, Anna, and we won't know until one of us gets up and has a look at what's happening with Niels Vink. The other Dutchman, who's seeded 3rd, he's taking on the Japanese Koji Sugeno out on court 5, and I'm just trying to establish where that is. Is that the one behind us here?
No, I think it's the one behind in the other direction.
Okay, behind our main camera one, is it? Right, might have to scoot out there and have an update. But of course, the winner of this one in this quad singles semi-final takes on the winner of that one. Might be an all-Dutch final, never know. Playing catch-up in this one and trailing a set and 1-2 is David Wagner. Well, David Wagner is getting a lot of his hand skills tested. And I'm told by Marshall Thomas, our man in the background, who's an absolute legend, that Vink, the other Dutchman, is a set 2-love up in the other semi-final. Thanks, Marshall, for keeping us updated. Viewers really appreciative of that, I'm sure. Incidentally, the scoreline on that one over on 5, almost mirroring that of this one. The first set was 6-4 to Niels Vink, the third seed against Sugeno. And he's 2-love up. Now then, Schroeder eyeing another ambush of the American serve, possibly here. Another fine forehand return. He's pleased with that. Breaking out to a set and 3-1 lead.
Talking about the serve, it was inside the line. That's okay.
The real telling difference here is the quality of the forehand of Schroeder has been outstanding, hasn't it? All match, it's just been a consistent go-to for him.
It has been such a weapon, hasn't it? He's just able to hit every type of shot with it.
pushing so aggressively onto that Schroeder and then just carving around the forehand, Nadal-esque, banana-like in its flight path there, having to work so hard right here. Look at that, aggressive pushing.
Wagner did so well to stay in the rally as well after that lob. He didn't think that he was going to be able to reach it, but then Schroeder did so well to get up to that last ball.
Points for 4-1 for the Dutchman. Picked off again. Schroeder holds on. Another blink and you miss it service hold from the left-handed 21-year-old. In a really commanding position now, then up a set and 4-1. Driving this match along so effectively. Looks like a change of lines team here. Fresh eyes on centre. Played some commanding tennis throughout, has Sam Schroeder, and every bit the deserved leader, though you do feel a little sympathy for David Wagner, who came so close in that opening set to sort of, you know, twisting it back his way, but yet it seems for him right now on the scoreboard a lot of work to be done, because Schroeder has just looked imperious, hasn't he, as the top seed in this quad singles event. It's going to be a tough ask now for Wagner to get back into this.
Whether he can let go of that frustration as well. I just get the sense that in this second set, he's letting things get to him a little bit. Crucial that he can try and regroup here and just claw his way back in. Turn this deficit around. Just being updated as well by Marshall Thomas, our guy in the note, that Niels Vink is also a set and 4-1 up in that other semi-finals match, so it's looking like it could be an all-Dutch encounter.
showing real steel then at the back end of this second set is David Wagner, having just fended off a love 40 situation on his own serve. Terrific angle to again snatch back the momentum in this American service game.
You think that these are virtual match points as well, don't you? If he's able to break it, he's been pretty dominant with his serve, so it's going to be tough for Wagner to find a way back into it.
Oh, that missed by a whisker.
A little wry smile we can see from our commentary box here. He thought he'd made it. He hit it well, but just, like you said, missed by millimeters.
Loaded with spin. It kicked off the court very high from Sam Schroeder there, who's got so many ways to hurt you. Uses height, speed, spin, and so much variance of those three really effectively. You see the whip that he can get, and you there just caught a glimpse of the pad under his grip between his racket and the wheel. Brilliant response from Wagner, much needed.
He's so aggressive.
By a thread, isn't he?
He is. But I was just looking at Schroeder in that previous point. He's so aggressive with his pushing as well. Really interesting to see, just working so hard to get into the best possible position.
Well, brave overrule from the chair there. That was called out, and Sam Schroeder unhappy. He was gesturing that the ball had missed by sort of 6 inches or so. Overrule stands, and Wagner now with a game point. Certainly wasting as little time as he can. It's been a very efficient display from the top seed here. Oh, another wicked forehand cross court off the return from Sam Schroeder. Hauling the game back to juice. He wants to get it done now. Looking menacing and merciless today. He's had to be sharp because the American's been foraying to the net regularly, asking tough questions. High quality return that, isn't it? Right into the wheel of the opponent.
Such a smart play going down the middle, isn't it? Especially getting that height and that speed. There's nowhere for Wagner to move, and he's got so little time.
15-40.
Schroeder breaks serve again of the American. And, well, he really is setting sail for home now, you sense. A set and a 5-1 lead. And he's whizzing around with authority, keen speed here. He wants to get off the court.
All right. Look at him.
Well, the radar was off there, perhaps a little late because of the telling return from the American.
Just looked like he didn't quite maneuver in the right time. Was maybe going in the wrong direction, so struggled to get that control.
Well, he's just getting increasingly frustrated, isn't he? Just been so close, yet so far unable to win any of the really big, most important points in this match, David Wagner. And he's getting sort of belligerently competitive as he gets older, and must be frustrating losing to this youngster time and again. This will be a 4th consecutive loss if Schroeder manages to cross the line. 2 points away now, the Dutchman. Finds it again, threads the needle off that ever dangerous forehand wing. That has been outstanding today. He's played some really top level tennis, has the 21-year-old left-hander from Holland. And he's got 2 match points for a spot in this year's quad singles final. Oh, well taken. Great timing from David Wagner. Remaining competitive till the very end of this one, which is creditable. It's becoming a lopsided affair, this one, but he's doing his utmost, and for that, you've got to doff your cap. Picks off Wagner again with the backhand pass, and that's synonymous with the whole match, just threading the needle with some extremely good passing shots off both wings. And Sam Schroeder rolls into a final here at the quad singles event, gets a generous applause and positive words from his coach courtside. He'll be pleased with that win, coming through 6-4, 6-1 after an hour and 28 minutes, and extending his head-to-head over David Wagner with 4 consecutive wins now. Really good showing from Sam Schroeder. So these players will take leave of the court, and I'm sure we'll hear some words from our winner, our 21-year-old left-handed winner from Holland. Top seed, motoring through in straight sets against David Wagner of the States. Sam Schroeder, our winner today in this one. And, well, it might well be, in fact, positively looking that way. Niels Vink of the Netherlands as the 3rd seed with a dictatorial showing over Koji Sugeno of Japan. Out on court 5. It was a set 4-1 up when we last heard. Don't quite know if there's a final result yet over there, whether that's been concluded or not, but we're just awaiting some words from our winner. 6-4, 6-2 it was with Vink. Who moves, does Vink, within 1 match of his title that he won here as a 16-year-old in 2019. So Schroeder will have his work cut out there in what will be an all-Dutch final in the quad singles. Let's hear from our winner now. Okay, it's all you guys.
Congratulations, Sam. 6-love, 6-love in the quarterfinals, 6-4, 6-1 in the semi-finals. Can you describe that as an efficient performance?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, especially the first match, I couldn't have done any better. Now the semi-final against David was also a really good match. Very close first set, and then second set, I just knew, I figured out what to do better, and I won.
What did you figure out to do better? Because we noticed a couple of times David Wagner, he was coming close to the net. Was that a bit of a distraction for you, and you had to think around that?
Yeah, that's his plan, and I know that I have to pass the shot even if it's a little bit more risk than usual. Yeah, I guess in the second set I was more comfortable taking that risk.
You seem more dominant more in the second set as well. Was that a tactic for you? You just wanted to assert yourself more?
Yeah, just trying to create pressure off of the first ball to make the second ball, the passing ball, easier, yeah.
David's led the head-to-head 7-5. Yeah. It's now 7-6. How much does a difference does that make to you?
Well, I still have 1 to go to equal it out, I guess. So I look forward to that next time. Yeah.
Quarter, now you're into the finals. Can you give us some thoughts about that? How excited you are here being in Nottingham? Yeah,
I'm not sure who I'm going to be playing against yet, but yeah, today I got a lot of confidence, so I hope to take that into the final and hope to make it a beautiful match.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, interview finish.
Well, a really good interview there, some great questions, and lovely warm responses from Sam Schroeder, our winner. And next up, we can tell you it's going to be Jordan Wily, who's going to take on Annick van Kut of the Netherlands. So world number 4 against the world number 3, 3rd seed against the 2nd. So that should be a really close affair. Following that, Gordon Reid will do battle in that all-English, all-British clash against Alfie Hewett. And then a couple of doubles thereafter. So don't go too far. Back with Wily and van Kut next up on centre.
Interviewer start when the player are on court. Interviewer stand by.
Time for the second match at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships here in Nottingham at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. It is the women's singles semi-final clash between the third and the second seeds in the draw. Great Britain's Jordan Wily and Aniek van Koot of the Netherlands. Now, the first time this pair met, they've played each other actually in their careers 3 times at the British Open Juniors before making their way into the senior world. And world number 4, Jordan Wily, won her 5th doubles title 2 weeks ago, Yui Kimiji, and is bidding for her 3rd British Open singles title. Ranked 3rd in the world, Aniek van Koot is a 3-time Grand Slam singles champion and 4-time Paralympic medalist, and is keen, extremely keen, to add her maiden British Open singles title to her long list of achievements, having won a singles title already this year. The second match of the day, it's the women's singles semi-final.
Okay, so Kath Lovell in the chair, and on the coin toss, I think I heard Jordan Wily saying that she would receive, and Aniek van Hout suggesting she wanted to stay at her original end. As we take a look at the profile of Jordan Wily, from 29 years of age, the 2 times British Open champion. She was on top form as she beat, for the 4th successive time, the Rio Paralympic champion Jiske Griffin, 6-2, 6-3, to set up today's semi-final against world number 3. It seems a good omen for Geordie, as when they both met for both her British Open titles in 2015 and 16, she beat Griffin in both semi-finals and then Van Hout in the finals. But before we dare to dream that the stars may be realigning, British fans, consider the daunting prospect of what lies ahead as the world number 1 and 2 times British Open champion Diede de Groot of the Netherlands will play the American 4th seed and first-time British Open semi-finalist Dana Matthewson in the other women's singles semi-final. So it's a very strong, very loaded draw as we take a look at the profile of Jordan, who's been hitting the ball beautifully to get here. You mentioned that win over Griffin yesterday, former world number 1, 6-2, 6-3, played really well, and prior to that she was tested in her opening match with a win over Manami Tanaka, coming through 6-3 in the 3rd. And what of Aniek van Hout? Well, 30 years of age, is a former world number 1. Back in January 2013, she captured the career Grand Slam in women's doubles after the US Open 2013, and has won 3 of 4 Grand Slams in women's singles as well, with just the French Open slipping through her fingertips after contesting 3 finals. So a player of real stature is Aniek, and she was born with her right leg shorter than her left after a series of unsuccessful corrective operations. Van Hout had her right leg amputated, and she continued to play, or started to play, wheelchair tennis at the age of 10. So herself, along with Diede de Groot, are the only 2 players in the women's singles draw that got buys in the first round. So she didn't play a first match, and then downed Saki Takamuro of Japan in her quarterfinal match. That was 6-2, 6-2. So she's that match fresher. But Jordan, who was really tested in her first by that Japanese athlete, will be perhaps grateful to have a little bit more competitive match play under her belt, so to speak. So it's going to be interesting to see what may unfold in this one. What are your thoughts, Anna?
This should be a really interesting contest. After having watched Jordan play yesterday, she was so impressive, wasn't she? Using that forehand, using that slice variety. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Aniek van Hout can deal with that. So I'm expecting a fascinating contest. Yeah,
and head-to-head, well, the player in your picture, Jordan, she trails 10-24 to Aniek, who's a very, very good player. We know that, but encouragingly, British fans, she's won the last 5 showings between these 2. And that goes back as far as 2019, when she first started winning regularly against Aniek. And incidentally, that was when Jordan Wily returned to international competition after maternity leave, having given birth to young Jackson, who's here courtside somewhere, I'm sure. He's 3.5 these days. Lovely little blonde fella. full of energy and beans. But Wily, incidentally, won their British Open title in 2015 and 16, beating this Dutch player in the final of both tournaments. So it bodes well. It's a happy hunting ground for Jordan, for Aniek. Well, she's a 3-time Slam singles champion, as I mentioned before, and 18 times Grand Slam doubles champion too. So she returned to Wimbledon this year as the reigning singles and doubles champion, having beaten fellow Dutch woman Diede de Groot to win the women's singles final in 2019, surprising many before they won the doubles title together. But she lost this year to Wily in this year's Wimbledon in the quarterfinals. So she'll be seeking to avenge that loss. Just a couple of weeks ago, will Aniek. Left-hander, as you can see, really good swinging lefty serve, full of power as well. So it should be a really exciting clash between these two. But Aniek, having lost the last 5, again will be really pumped, as you can see, to get back on terms here. But it's still a winning head-to-head for the Dutch woman, 24-10 over all the years. Their matches, they first met back in 2006 here at the British Open. Aniek won that one 1-1. So 30-year-old Dutch against a 29-year-old Brit. And she's got a real elegance to the way that she plays, as Jordan Wily, that lovely smooth slice backhand, and then you put that with that really fierce, combative, fiery forehand that she likes to rip through. And you've got quite a player. Moves well, glides around very powerfully in the chair. Lovely, calm, composed mentality as well. She's going to prove tough to beat. But of course, as with all these matches, it's all about the start to engineer some confidence and get those wheels going, and the scoreboard as well. So building up nicely then to this women's singles wheelchair semi-final. Jordan Wily, the 3rd seed, taking on the 2nd seed, Aniek van Coort of the Netherlands. It's going to be Aniek van Coort to get this one underway with her serve to start. Jordan picking big target down the middle with the sliced return, offering no angle to the server. Often a good play.
Especially in these blustery conditions as well, isn't it? Start off with big targets.
So Jordan causing problems already out here with a terrific high-level return game. And Yik van Kut asked a lot of questions here, 1540. Oh, the missed volley from the Dutch woman, and the lefty yields her opening service game as they wheel around the umpire's chair. Great start from Jordan Wily, then roaring out of the blocks. On a mission today, high energy level.
Exactly what she would have wanted yesterday. In her post-match interview on court, she mentioned that she was a little bit nervy, so fantastic way to settle those nerves early on with that break of serve.
Fearsome forehand, fired down the line, arrow-like in its flight path. Really a thunderous quality from Jordan. So Anyik with a fine forehand of her own, desperate to get back on terms early here. Well taken. The wind just dropping that ball really quickly there. Jordan with a really sensible high percentage choice. Well, a hard-earned service hold for Jordan Wily. Bangs the balls down then, and even those in her back pouch as well. Heading 2-love lead. She's off to a flyer here. British fans will be delighted at this start. Not so for the Dutch, but I'm sure there's a lot more tennis in this one. Of course, early stages here in this opening set. Found it.
That forehand again is doing all the damage, isn't it? Just picking up where she left off yesterday.
Just missing. Trying so hard to spread the court.
She's getting frustrated with herself already, isn't she? Smacking her leg with her racket. Doesn't want to go double break down here.
Quality serve there from the Dutch left-hander. I'm saying that a lot today, Dutch left-hander, aren't I? After the Sam Schroeder match as well, just prior on here.
Absolutely. Great forehands and great body serves again.
Yeah.
What was happening in the previous match? She's going to need a couple more of those.
They've always been strong at wheelchair tennis, the Dutch, haven't they? Good depth. Well, a comforting hold for Aniek van Koot. Pleased with that, just slapping her legs in self-praise. That'll feel good to just secure a game on the board and get the scoreboard moving. Just what the doctor ordered. Bit of close volley work going on in the background. Nice way to warm up the limbs before you really get into heavy practice. It looks pretty gentle over there, doesn't it?
Looks very relaxed.
Yeah. Is that sort of coaching lesson you'd enjoy, Anna? I think I would.
Absolutely. Nothing too tiring for me anymore.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, it does look nice. An hour of that?
Sign me right up.
So Aniek pushing forward with authority, keen to build on that previous game. Of course, the other women's singles semi-final is motoring ahead out on court 5, adjacent to this one. Simultaneous timing, pretty much, when they went on. Dida de Groot roaring away to a 4-love lead already on that one. Another keenly contested rally by both athletes. This has been an event really Dutch dominated, frankly, over the years. Zesta Vergeer winning just so many titles. I think something like 12 or 13 back to back between 2001 and 2012. Jordan winning in 15 and 16. And then Dida de Groot taking over, winning in 2018 and the last showing here, 2019. Sandwiched in between, the little Japanese, Yui Kamiji. She was the 2017 winner. Miss her and her cheeriness. Such a lovely competitor and contestant. And, of course, best friend of Jordan, but she's missing her. First double fault from Jordan. Well, it's pretty swirly today, and that ball that was in the net has suddenly blown back to interfere with the point. So Jordan just gets rid of it. Nick with the right idea, but choosing quite a small target there, and of course with the wind picking up, that one blew out. Got to be careful when hitting towards lines. Jordan Wily consolidates her lead and holds on. 2-game cushion then for the British number one.
Jordan did well, didn't she, there to come through. You thought maybe she just lost a bit of rhythm on that first serve, but found some when she needed to.
She's got brittle bone disease, has Jordan, and at breakfast this morning, Marshall Thomas was telling me that among Wily's earliest British Open experiences before she started playing here in Nottingham was coming off her her bike and breaking one of those 26+ bones that she's broken as a child. Good turnaround there from the Dutch woman, turning defence into attack very, very sprightly, moving keenly, looking to really impose her left-handed game, and she's got plenty of it. She's was crowned the ITF World Champion, year-end world #1 in 2013, 8 years ago now, but still a very prevalent force in the women's game. And full of determination and guile. Love service hold for Van Koot. She's holding on, nibbling away at the scoreboard deficit here, just trailing by 1 game now.
Starting to find her rhythm out there a little bit more, isn't she? She's just getting into her stride, starting to find that target with the forehand, which is such a weapon. And it's up to Jordan to really try and avoid that. See if she can be as aggressive as she was yesterday.
The volley to volleys finished on the court behind. They're back to the baseline by the seam of things.
Much too hard work, isn't it, from the baseline? Stick to the net.
I'll tell you, talking about net foraying, we saw David Wagner against Sam Schroeder. He was constantly at the net, wasn't he? Asking a lot of really tough questions. He's a good volleyer, the American, as well. He got picked off too many times today. Now there's a keenness in the intensity of Aniek Van Koot. Second seed, desperate to get back on terms here. She's been mercenary en route here in her only singles after her bye, winning 6-2, 6-2, just dropping the 4 games en route.
Just a few double faults starting to creep in, isn't it? Gotta be wary. Can't give Aniek Van Koot too many second serves to look at.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, as well as I do, it can be that sort of subtle over-pressing, can't it? You know, a double fault creeping on both games. It's just so hard to blend that tempered aggression. That was a fine length there, though, to redeem herself. But the trouble is, with a streaky player like the Dutch woman, you've got to be so careful to play the percentages and keep her at arm's length.
Tough to maintain that focus as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the length of rallies varies so much.
And as you said, it's like a different playing day today, isn't it? A lot more breeze around. The flags are fluttering in the wind, and you know the sun's gone in, so the ball's not bouncing quite as high.
Exactly what Jordan wished for yesterday. She asked for a little bit cooler temperatures, and that's exactly what she got out here.
Well, despite the high defence of the Dutch woman to buy time to get back into the point, that was really nicely dispatched from Jordan Wily there. Keenly onto that. Really good hold from a perilous love 30 position. She wins 4 points in a row, does Jordan, and holds on to give herself a little bit more breathing room here. She's got a 2-game cushion. 4-2 she leads after 24 minutes of action out on centre.
Finding that range again with the forehand like she did so well yesterday. That's going to be crucial if she can dictate the points. Using that power that she can create on the forehand, she's going to be tough to beat. There it is again, isn't that return that we saw yesterday? She just takes it so early and is able to redirect it down the line.
Well, not the start she's looking for. It's getting a little bit tetchy. So the Paralympic silver medalist of 2012 and 16 suddenly again under more pressure here from her British opponent. She's grappling with her service rhythm as well a little. Jordan breaks serve again. And suddenly now, really things looking up for the opening set then for the British #1, leading 5-2 in this first set. So it's been a good day for elite players yesterday on the LTA's wheelchair tennis performance pathway. Alfie Hewett, Gordon Reid, Jordan Wily all progressed to semi-finals, with Hewett and Reid facing each other after this match here on centre. So a Brit is therefore guaranteed a place into Sunday's men's singles final, and that's encouraging in itself. And Cottrell and Lapthorne will they'll face the Dutch top seeds, Schroeder and Vink, in Saturday's quad doubles final, having down Barton and Wagner yesterday in that close affair out here first up on centre. So it's all been happening here at this high level event, one of 6 Super Series events on tour. I was just wondering how Jordan feels about not having Yui around, her best friend and doubles partner. They're 5 times doubles champions at Wimbledon, of course, and I'm wondering, in a way, would you rather have your best friend here or not have her here because you actually want to just go further in the tournament?
A little bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, well, that's fine play from the Dutch, knifing that slice backhand down the line. It's all been a little bit streaky so far from her, though, hasn't it? not quite as consistent as the British #1 at the moment. It can all swivel in a heartbeat, we know that. Just teetered over the net without bouncing very high, rendered ungettable from the Dutch woman. Very good fortune then for Jordan there. But she bailed out last time with a love 30 situation on her own serve, did Jordan Wily, came through. Yeah, just a very faint kiss, heard by the umpire, Kath Lavelle, in the chair. Frustratingly close, isn't she? And Nick van Cote just missing by millimetres on a regular basis at the moment.
Can turn around so quickly all of a sudden. If those misses just go in, this could be a completely different story.
Brilliant rally, longest of the match by a long way, won by the Dutch woman, who's roaring with delight because after that long one, she's engineered a breakpoint opportunity on the Brit serve. So
many ebbs and flows in that rally, wasn't there? You thought Jordan had it on her strings, but that net tape didn't do her any favours, and Van Coot gives herself a lifeline in the set.
Well, we're told that Diede de Groot, the top seed from the Netherlands, that's where the second seed hails from as well, of course, is ripped the first set away, 6-1. 29 minutes, all she needed against Dana Mathewson with the States. So a no-nonsense showing by all accounts over on court 5 by DDG even. So desperate to make something of this break point is Van Hout. She's raging at that miss because it was right in her strike zone. Plenty of pace though from Jordan.
Can't afford to miss those though. When you're 5-2 down, gotta find a way to make Jordan Wily play there.
Yeah, good all-out attack from Aniek van Coot. Really dictatorial again off that forehand wing.
Hasn't shown this type of tennis enough though, has she? Consistently throughout this first set.
Telling length off the return of the left-hander. Just in time, she breaks the serve of Jordan Wily and will serve at 3-5. Hanging on to this opening set. Mixing it up nicely as Van Coort right now, offering a different look on so many balls, and it's thrown Jordan into defense mode. Top edge off to a coach courtside. Van Coort with 3 consecutive game point opportunities then to nibble away at the deficit on the scoreboard. Well, a wry smile of frustration there. She can barely believe it. She had so many options open. Zanik with a 3rd game point opportunity here to hold on to her own delivery. Oh yes, just enough pop on that forehand down the line to cause trouble. So 4 points in a row for Jordan Wily here. And then suddenly from nowhere, where Van Coort was 40 love up on her service game, now Jordan has a set point. Well, I expect Jackson and Dad Mark McCarroll are enjoying that. Jordan Wily takes the opening set, breaking the Dutch serve again, taking it 6-3. 39 minutes played. She'll be pleased with that.
Impressive turnaround in that last game, wasn't it? Could have got tough if Aniek van Koot had managed to hold on to that game to make it 5-4. But Jordan came up with some fantastic returns. Again, using that forehand so effectively.
So it seems Jordan's going to take leave of the court for a bathroom break. She'll be pleased with herself there, and it's that sort of day, isn't it? It's definitely a sweater day. Just get something on. And we can just educate you with a little bit of what's going on in Wheelchair Tennis Initiative as Jordan goes for a toilet break. Indeed, they both have. So ahead of Tokyo 2020, the LTA launched its Wheelchair Tennis Initiative, a campaign to inspire more players to take to wheelchair tennis. Free taster days across the country where anyone can go along and try out the sport. Each day runs for approximately 3 hours, including fun games and engaging content for players of all standards, experience, ages and abilities. All sessions delivered by experienced LTA performance wheelchair tennis coaches with equipment, including sports chairs. All you've got to do is get along. And following each event, the LTA will direct each participant towards opportunities to continue playing that are most appropriate for their skill level. So it's all there on offer for you to have a go if you're that way inclined. And the initiative is aimed to inspire, attract and engage people with physical impairments into wheelchair tennis who may want just to give it a go, frankly. And the taster days are on the 29th of August, a Sunday in Scotstoun in Glasgow if you're up there. And if you're London way, then the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre on the Saturday the 4th of September. Another one 26th of September in Bolton, the Bolton Arena. Colwyn Bay Tennis Centre on the 9th of October if you're Wales based. And again from Swansea on the 10th of October, the 17th of October, the White Horse Leisure and Tennis Centre in Abingdon as well. So just sign up for the events on the LTA website at www.lta.org.uk or just search up LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative. Register on the form, select the event and date that you fancy attending and pop along, enjoy yourself. So just to give you a little information of where to go should you need to. But of course this venue has hosted the Viking Classic grass court tournament for the able-bodied players. And Queens as well at the Cinch Championships, staging high-level wheelchair ranking tournaments as well. This tournament, one of 6 Super Series events on tour, with only Grand Slams superseding it really with their level. And it's a tournament, the British Open, that's maintained Super Series status since 2005. 15 Brits among the 60 starting players from around the world taking part this year in the starting lineup. And juniors, of course, to make their debut in the main draw. The junior event starts on Sunday and Monday of next week. But interestingly, in the men's event, no British players ever won the men's singles title at the British Open. Jordan won in the women's event 2015 and 16, but never in the regular men's wheelchair event. So of course up next we have Gordon Reid, who takes on Alfie Hewett to hopefully try and rewrite history in that regard. One of them will go through to the final And it'll look quite likely that they'll take on the winner of Shingo Cuneda, who does business at the top of the draw against Gustavo Fernandez, the top seed against the 4th seed. And of course, Shingo Cuneda is so decorated. He's won the title here 7 times in the past. So he's going to be a tough nut to crack for Gustavo, who also had a win here, I think 4 years ago, if my memory serves me rightly. So just giving you a little history about the British Open tournament then. And we'll be continuously streaming this event to you, courtesy of the LTA, throughout the entirety of it. So our continuing coverage unfolding every day until the finals are done on Sunday. Weather forecast not great on Sunday, Anna. We're due a little bit of rain. It was due to come tomorrow as well, but I think it's improved somewhat. I think we're due quite a dry day tomorrow, mercifully. But let's hope we can find a way through. I think a couple of years ago we had to go indoors to get it finished, didn't we? Because it was raining so heavily outside.
We did. And it's also been such a contrast in the conditions from yesterday. The blistering sun to all of a sudden the cloud coverage, the cooler temperatures and a little bit of wind. Pretty tricky conditions for the players to have to deal with.
Yeah, it seems something that we're going to get a lot of moving forwards with global warming. I don't know if you saw the news last night. The situation in China with the flooding has just been so extreme. They were just showing they've had multiple deaths and all sorts of, you know, apparently they've had more rain in China in a day than we had in a whole year in London, something like that. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's something like that. Something absolutely ridiculous fell down, you know, in China. And of course, it just knocked all the services out. The internet was down. A horrible situation over there. So let's wish them well in recovering. That was out in Zhengzhou. Big feature on the BBC News last night. Quite sad. But they'll be working hard to get back on their feet. Very efficient, the Chinese, of course. They're very good at building cities in just weeks. Incredible, their development. Certainly one of the world powerhouses at the moment, the Chinese. So we're back here then. Set 2 just about to get underway. Jordan Wily to serve, having got the first set 6-3.
Fantastic point to start this second set. Important that Anika van Koot is able to just regroup and refocus. See if she can stop this Wily momentum. Just a little opening here in this first game of the second set. Interestingly, over on court 5, our number 1 seed Dida de Groot is 5-love up in that second set. Looking like she's going to be making the final. Not quite the start that Jordan would have wanted out here. A couple of unforced errors and a double fault. Brings up 3 break points for the number 2 seed, who dispatches it nicely with that forehand. And we do have a result for you from Court 5. Dida de Groot did win 6-1, 6-love, beating the American 4th seed Dana Matthewson in just 55 minutes. So either Jordan Wily or Aniek van Koot will be facing her in the final. I'm wondering whether it's part of Jordan's strategy to not offer Aniek much angle, because she, like we've seen so often in this tournament, just seems to be going down the middle of the court, serving her well, whatever she's doing. She's got a couple of break back opportunities here. Another bossy forehand finish to secure the break of serve from Jordan Wily, British #1 there, with an absolute belter. Tying up the score then at 1-all second set and a set to the good. Things looking up again for the British #1. I think you're right about using the middle a little bit more. Yesterday she used a lot more width, but today using that down the middle ball really to jam her up effectively.
Again, the forehand when it's firing from Jordan can be really imposing. We saw that in her previous match yesterday. She was very dictatorial, using it at will. The errors spilling from the racket of the Dutch woman. Jordan in a nice predicament on the scoreboard right now. If she can hold on to her serve to love, she'll feel a mini boost. Been a rhythmless match for the Dutch woman. Well, the left-handed forehand just spilling over the baseline on a couple of occasions that game. So Jordan Wily holds on to bring a second successive game to her scoreboard. That'll feel comforting. Set 2-1, she now leads, just 5 minutes shy of the hour mark on the match clock.
It's been an interesting match so far, hasn't it, Paul? There's just not been a lot of rhythm from either player. Van Koot has been very, very streaky, hasn't she? She's found some great tennis, but then it's been followed up by quite a few unforced errors. Hasn't been able to string anything together so far.
Yeah, it's been a little up and down. You're absolutely right. It's very unfamiliar looking at Aniek, the second seed, like this. Normally she's fairly sort of dictatorial and plays bossy, but I think she just finds now Jordan a real handful. Jordan having won the last 5 showings in this kind of matchup, and it's obviously filled her with confidence because, you know, Van Koot looks sort of dishevelled and just not herself, quite sort of ruffled mentally, unable to settle with all of the qualities that Jordan now brings to the court. She's much improved since her comeback in 2019. She's added to her game in many ways, as you can see, and a real tough competitor to go up against right now. And she'll need to be on form if she comes through this, because as you said, Dida de Groot just at the expense of 1 game coming through to tomorrow's title decider, or Sunday's final, I should say. Wonderful. Had to put the chair into reverse pretty quickly there to create enough space to hit that off winner. Really well done. Very dexterous with her chair mobility. One of those days, just not rolling for her. You can feel her frustration. Par for the course as a tennis pro, I'm afraid. Got to get used to it and find solutions. Really nicely finished from Jordan there, the off forehand winner.
She's just so loose, isn't she? Just drops that racket head nicely, and is just able to generate that racket head speed.
Good pace from the Dutch woman there, turning up the heat a little.
Those have been too few and far between though for her today. Can she conjure up another one to save this remaining break point?
Oh, nicely done, spreading the court wonderfully there, the left-hander. Clever serve to set up the point, and then the bossy forehand. Oh yes, precision hitting. She's run that passage of play so much over the years. The can opening wide left-handed serve, followed up by that looping forehand down the line. Another break point for the British number one. Oh, super play. Picking the right ball to come in on. It was a quality approach, great length. A lot of heavy slice.
Just so composed, isn't she, here? Finishing that volley.
5 times Wimbledon doubles champion. Now with a 3-1 lead in set 2. Familiar lines judge faces, Anna, that were around during the time you were playing as well as me. I can even remember that when the earth was cooling, some of these faces around the court. But it's nice to know that they're in such assured hands, these lines people.
It is. It's nice to come back to these tournaments and see some familiar faces. I'm sure I gave them a bit of grief back in my time.
I was just thinking the same. Getting scowls as you walk in, you know,
Yeah.
from various officials.
No wonder I didn't get any hello.
And you get just moving a ball that's sort of mid-court. Jordan looking very, very focused. Denied by the net tape on that occasion, but she's played some really good solid tennis, Jordan, and really sort of controlled her undulations just that little bit more than Anique, who's been a little flary, up and down too much this match by her standards. She's a streaky kind of player, but the streaks haven't been long enough to satisfy her. Not quite 4-1 yet. It's a game point to Jordan here at 3-1. 40-30. That's it. And now it is. So Jordan holds on. After an hour and 5 minutes, Jordan Wily with a set and 4-1 advantage. Just 2 games away now, making this look very academic. Is Jordan hoping for a 6th consecutive win over Anique. Wheels rolling nicely for the British #1.
It's been so impressive today and especially yesterday. Just her level of composure, her calmness, and just her relentlessness as well. She's not let her foot off the gas, has she?
No, she's played some really bossy tennis and, as I say, kept the percentage about the performance as well. The LTA supports 400 venues across England, Scotland and Wales to put on disability-specific tennis sessions, as well as supporting venues and clubs to become more inclusive within their club programmes as part of its open court programme. So there's so much happening. And as well as wheelchair tennis, there's local, regional, national competitions for the deaf, visually impaired and learning disability tennis as well. So plenty of options. Just get on the LTA website and find out more. There's a lot of resource on there. If you want to become a coach, there's plenty of help, even finance as well. So do get involved. Good tangling serve there, right, winding in from left to right on your TV screen there. That lefty serve of Hewett that served her so well over the years, just banging the frame down a little hard on the ball there. Wonderful forehand down the line from Anique. And I don't know about you, Anna, but we're commentating in that red gazebo courtside to Jordan right now. And I don't recall taking a flight to Siberia last night, because it just feels like a different country, doesn't it?
It is. We was in shorts and a t-shirt yesterday. Now we've got a winter jacket on.
Yeah, cap. Couple of sweaters underneath as well. Madsen in the back of the bus here behind us, doing a great job on the emceeing of the event. She's scantily clad today. She says she doesn't feel the cold, but I don't buy that.
Just shivering over here behind us, isn't she?
Just keeping it light. Oh, that's brilliant. A really good service hold from the Dutch woman to salvage some pride in this one. Desperate to kick on here and accelerate, get back on terms. That's what she wants, but she's been denied. But that'll help. Really strong service hold from Anique. It's a terrific point, spreading the court with great effect there. And as good as the defence of the British number one was, this was an absolute knifer, really cutting wide around the side of the ball as well. She was pleased with that one.
But then again, the same thing happens when she plays a good point. She follows it up with a cheap unforced error. She's just not able to get that consistency.
Je moet niet aan het toe.
30-15.
She looks very repeatable, doesn't she, right now, the British number one, in all that she's done today. It's not looked flamboyant, it's looked really solid, hitting to big targets, playing high percentage with pretty much everything. Real solid professional performance. And immaculate in defence as well. That was a really good game from Jordan Wily there, extending her lead now to a set and 5-2 after an hour and 11. She's a game away from the title decider on Sunday, where she will meet Diede de Groot, the top seed, who yielded just one game in hammering Dana Mathewson of the States, the fourth seed, 6-1-6 love. 55 minutes, all she needed. And that's always a daunting prospect, isn't it? Diede, when she's on form, really bossy.
She is, she's a powerhouse. An athlete, she hits the ball so hard, moves extremely well. But if Jordan's able to finish this match off, she's going to give her a game. She's looking very, very confident out here. She's got that cool, calm composure, but she's just keeping it very simple. I think she's not complicating anything. She understands what she has to do out there and just got real clarity of thought on the court at the moment.
Church bells pealing in the background. Serving to stay in the match, Nick van Kut. All the hard work, the hard yards rolled. The work in the gym, time well spent. She's got herself into great shape, has Jordan. And I tell you what, she's looking good for the Olympics as well. difficult to read forehand, imbued with so much racket head speed and spin. Tough to know where she's going. Now, after an hour and a quarter, the British #1 has earned herself 2 match point opportunities. It's a 6th successive win for Jordan Wily over Aniek van Coort. A very self-contained, high percentage, mature performance from the British #1. The twice champion here, looking good. Moving on into Sunday's women's singles wheelchair final. 6-3, 6-2, the final score, an hour and 16, all she needed. A very complete showing there.
It was such an impressive performance, especially after yesterday, to be able to back it up again with that level of composure. Again, we just look at some of the stats from the match. Key one really there, just looking at the number of break points created. She was so dominant on the return. And again, looking at the total points one, another 15 points, a huge difference between the two of them. Showed the golfing class today.
Yeah, the 6 breaks of serve and only yielding twice herself. She was really just much more consistent today than Aniek, who seemed to be forcing the play, a little bit rattled, never really settled. But I guess really, again, as we touched on in the match, it just shows how she's played, just how much she's improved over the last couple of years since her comeback, since having given birth to young Jordan, who's now 3.5. Seems like yesterday, and she was commentating alongside me, but it's a brilliant recovery from Jordan, and she's looking good going to Tokyo, just dropping the 5 games. We'll hear from her now.
She's speaking.
Congratulations, Jordan. Another straight sets win. I feel like we've had this conversation before. In commentary, they talked about how calm you were, how composed you were, but you were very ruthless as well. How important was that for today's match?
Yeah, really important. Me and Aniek have had long battles ever since the junior days, so I know I have to be on it. And today my focus was more on that composure and that control of my own game, and I feel really pleased that I did that today.
How dangerous is she as an opponent to you?
She's dangerous. She's powerful, she's fast, she's consistent. You know, she's #3 in the world for a reason. So that's the reason why I knew I had to compose myself and control my own game.
Conditions much different from yesterday, playing in 30-degree heat today. There's a bit of a breeze, a drop in temperature. How much did that help with your game?
Yeah, massively. I said that yesterday, right? I was like, I need some
That's why
cool.
I said I felt like we've had this conversation before.
Yeah, I absolutely love these conditions. There's a little bit of a breeze as well, which I could play on. But yeah, no, it was great today. Stay like this.
No, I prefer the warmth actually for me. Yeah. Finally, your 3rd British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships final. Remarkable achievement for you. You're going to be facing the world #1 in the final. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm excited. I haven't beaten her for a while now, but I've come close a few times. So I just keep chipping away. So it's another crack at world #1. So I'm really excited to play her.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Well, another good showing from Jordan on court, and a lovely warm interview off court as well. Lovely to hear her words, so impassioned, and it was a really good performance, wasn't it? She was delighted, and just all positivity, really saying how dangerous an opponent Aniek was, but coming through very comfortably at just the expense of 5 games. So Jordan rolls on through to Sunday's final. Next up then, it's going to be Gordon Reid, who takes on Alfie Hewett in this all-British dust-up. And then following that, we've got a couple of double semi-finals as well. So don't go too far, the men's singles up next.
got something to do now.
Interviewers stand by.
Oh, I know.
court on semi-final Friday. It is the all-British doubles partners and good friends clash. Gordon Reid, the 5th seed, taking on 2nd seed Alfie Hewett in the men's singles main draw. Now, this is a repeat of the 2017 British Open semi-final, which was won by Alfie Hewett, and both players, did you know, are bidding to become the first British men's singles player to win the title in the event's 30-year history. Ranked 2nd and 5th in the world respectively, they last played each other at the French Riviera Open men's singles semi-final last month on the clay. Now they are ready to do a battle for a place in the men's singles final at the British Open. It's Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewett next.
Yes, a mouth-watering domestic dust-up then we're looking forward to. The 5th seed and world number 5, Britain's Gordon Reid, 29 years of age, the inaugural winner at the Wimbledon Championships 2016, takes on his doubles partner and dear friend Alfie Hewett. Let's listen into the coin toss. Well, didn't really glean anything from that. Hard to hear with the umpires back to us who won what, but Gordon Reid electing to stay at the end that he wheeled out to. So the 29-year-old from Glasgow, left-handed, world number 5, world number 1 in doubles, Paralympic gold medalist and twice singles Grand Slam champion. The Australian Open 2016 and Wimbledon of the very same year as well. And the 5th seed is a twice British Open singles finalist here. And he's very much on form after taking the Queen's Club title and losing finalist at Wimbledon. And yesterday avenged that loss with a victory over the Wimbledon champion, Joachim Gerard, in straight sets. A performance of focus and mental steel against the Belgian number 1. He really did play very, very well. When he was 2-love down in that second set, rattling off 6 games in a row. And he's such a handful when he's in that kind of mood, Gordon, and just a great match to watch. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes today, because head-to-head wise, Alfie Hewett has 17 wins and Gordon just the 13. And Alfie has won 11 of the last 12. Here he is, the man 6 years younger. Alfie, 23 years of age, from Cantley in Norwich. Now 5 times a Grand Slam winner after claiming a hat-trick of Roland Garros titles. He raced past the 2-time champion Stefan Houdet 6-1, 6-1 in his quarterfinal. And the top 2 British men now meet in the semi-finals of the British Open for the 2nd time since 2017. And of course, in the other semi-final, it's the 7 times British Open champion, world number 1 Shingo Kunieda of Japan, who plays Argentina's Gustavo Fernandez. That'll be a big one. They'll be out on court 5, already underway because Didier de Groot was so quick. So in their only previous meeting here, back in the semi-finals in 2017, it was Alfie Hewett that came through, subsequently finishing runner-up that year to Gustavo Fernandez in the final. But he's into his 2nd semi. Who's it going to be then to find their way through to what will be a Brit in the final either way on Sunday? We're guaranteed of that. So, and as Anne-Marie said at the top of the programme, no British players ever won the British Open men's singles title here in the event's 30-year history. So Alfie and Gordon both trying to become the first. 2 men looking to break new ground here. Who's it going to be? Well, we'll soon know in about 90 minutes or so, I reckon. Alfie looking pretty sprightly. What a run in the clay swing that he had, winning the French Open. back-to-back a slam win and then a Super Series title at the French Riviera Open as well for Alfie Hewett. And that subsequent passage of play moved him up to #2 in the world. Vaulted past the Argentinian Gustavo Fernandez. He, as his partner did, lost to Gerard at Wimbledon on the grass swing.
And to left the chair, also from Great Britain, Gordon Reid.
So this one really is the blockbuster match that we've all been waiting for. Can't wait for it to unfold. Just a few last-minute serves being hammered down then by these two imposing athletes in this lefty-righty clash. Should be an absolute belter, this one. Gordon Reid today giving away 8 years to his younger partner and dear friend. Anna, thoughts coming into this? Anything that sort of struck you in particular?
I'm just really looking forward to it. Gordon produced such an impressive performance yesterday, as did Alfie Hewett. Both are clearly on the top of their game, so I think it's going to be whichever of them can really find their A game today. Gordon's got a little bit more variety in his game, looks to use that slice backhand a little bit more, whereas Alfie has just got those huge weapons off the forehand and the backhand side. Can Gordon Reid use that backhand slice to nullify them a little bit? It's going to be a really fascinating matchup.
Yeah, and Alfie's only dropped 3 games to get it, just 2 against Houdet and 1 against Spargaren from the Netherlands. So both, as you say, tip-top form. Semi-final from the bottom half of the draw sheet then. Gordon Reid, the 5th seed, taking on Alfie Hewett, the 2nd seed in this all-British clash. It's going to be Alfie Hewett to get us going out here.
Alfie Hewett serve. Play.
Oh, do behave. If that's anything we're due for, it's going to be a real great match, isn't it? What an opening point.
Just get the popcorn out, shall I? That was an incredible point to start with. Some silky hand skills from Gordon Reid to finish it off.
The power and pace of this one is really palpable courtside. Quite something. Alfie Hewett already under siege from the high-level return game of Gordon Reid. What a response from Alfie.
30 all.
Side.
Well, the wind, Anna, is going to become quite a force in this one. It really has picked up locally in the Nottingham Tennis Centre here over the last half hour or so. Flags fluttering quite fiercely overhead. Hewett there showing a lot of steel coming through that opening game, having been love 30 down in it.
They have to keep the icon for an overall or something or there, so is it very loud?
It's loud on that end because the speaker's pointing right at the court. Up that speaker there.
Gordon Reid that's really led the British charge for a long time with all of his success when he became multiple slam champions back in 2016, and then of course Alfie came along. They twinned up in doubles and have had great roaring success, 4 Wimbledon doubles titles between them. But again, it's a tough dynamic for Gordy in a way that, you know, he's sort of taken this young lad under his wing who's sort of, you know, 17 at the time, and then suddenly sort of he evolves alongside him and then suddenly supersedes him with 11 of the last 12 wins. So again, it's got that sort of ego threaten about it, hasn't it?
Definitely. It just adds another dynamic to these matchups, doesn't it? Also with their head-to-head record as well. Obviously Alfie winning 11 out of the last 13 as well. He's on that run. It's going to be tricky to break. Gordon will probably have that in the back of his mind as well.
Setting the tone in that point with a really strong, imposing forehand return. Alfie Hewett's got so much firepower, particularly on that forehand wing. Court's just, the ball has just skipped out, just being thrown back into court. So a big opportunity and 3 break points for Alfie Hewett here. Pulled the trigger down the line, but nowhere near, I'm afraid. Now Gordon will be frustrated with this situation a little, having had love 30 on the Hewett serve in the opening game, and now staring down the barrel at 15-40. Well, a fine wide ace. These two, Anna, must practice so much together. They know each other's tactical ploys and nuances, and it makes for a good watch, doesn't it? Because they're kind of a metre ahead or so in terms of preparing the chair, you'd imagine.
There's no secrets between the two of them, is there? They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. it's just about who can perform and execute their game plan on the day.
That's a brilliant return game from Alfie Hewett. Gordon Reid unable to survive this service game. Look at that, just that terrific, powerful backhand angle on the drive from the 23-year-old from Norwich, who these days resides in London, I'm told. Super play off the pass from Gordon Reid. So difficult for these two, Anna, you know, having shared so much of the doubles journey and the singles journey. Stalwarts of British tennis together, going toe to toe here. Friendships aside, it's all business, this one. Quickly up to that. I thought Gordon had that one with that terrific half volley pickup off the forehand.
As did I. But again, Alfie's just showing his athleticism, the power that he's able to generate in the pushes, and then also the skill to be able to just find that line. But as you mentioned, it is tough though. They've known each other so well and they've gone on this journey together. So it is hard to separate that friendship from the competitive side, but both of these guys know how to go into business mode when they need to.
Not quite. I'll tell you what, he is fast in that chair, Alfie, isn't he? Quite something to behold, because that was pretty much a dead net cord and it just fell away, but he was almost there.
It is. I've seen him at the National Tennis Centre when he's been doing his sprint training, and wow, the power that he's able to generate is just absolutely something to behold.
Yeah, he's got a lot of explosive, fast twitch fibre, that's for sure. Well, he'll need it to try and get that back, because that was searing from Gordon Reid, right on the line with that off forehand return. And he has generated an immediate breakback opportunity. The 29-year-old left-hander from Glasgow, determined not to let Alfie Hewett out of sight. He holds on, breaking serve to the coattails of Alfie Hewett. Trails 1-2 now, does Gordon Reid in this one. 10 minutes played and living up to its billing, that's for sure. Hard hitting, fierce tempo, no wasting time between points. A terrific watch.
It really is. As you said, the power hitting that they have out here is incredible. And then Gordon Reid using that little bit of touch, that little bit of finesse as well. That slice backhand. It's been a fascinating contest. Really important that Gordon Reid was able to get that break back. Doesn't want to give Alfie Hewett that 3-love lead in this first set.
So shared breaks of serve already in this one. 12 minutes in, and with a really terrific contest unfolding already in the early stages of this opening set. Just a frenzy, a blur of energy, isn't he, Alfie, in his chair, just pirouetting on a regular basis there, purring with energy.
It's that consistent movement, isn't that? I think if you don't even watch the rally, if you just take a point to look at Alfie's movement throughout the rally, it's phenomenal. Constantly moving that chair, making sure he's getting in the right position possible, and then exploding out to those wide balls when he needs to.
Didn't miss by much. He's used to that pattern of play. That's the strength of Gordon Reid right there. The wide serve getting Alfie outside the doubles tram. Well, you can see what he was intent on doing there, kicking it up as high as he could just to get it out of the strike zone of Hewett, who is so imposing when it's not. Back-to-back double faults, Anna. Very uncharacteristic of Gordon.
Very untimely as well. He thought that he was going to get a comfortable hold here, but the door is now open.
Yeah, maybe just, you know, coming to terms with the slightly windier day today than yesterday. Plenty of pop on that first, though. Slid off the court. That's what he's up against. Raw, fearsome power of Alfie. Three double faults in one game. That just doesn't sit well with any player, but Gordon Reid, you just don't expect that from former world number one. been a really unusual, rhythmless serve game, hasn't it?
It has. The mixture between some aces and then all of a sudden throwing in those double faults, but that's the pressure that someone like Alfie Hewett can put on you when you know how good his returns can be. Feel like you have to go for a little bit too much.
Stunning. Outstanding power angle off the forehand from Alfie Hewett there. And on paper, with his recent French Open success, and sent back up the world rankings to world number 2, he's the marginal favourite, is Hewett. But there's certainly not a lot in it. Just the 3 world ranking spots. Oh, he's missed it. And there's another break of serve in favour of Alfie Hewett. Brilliant tennis in this opening set from both. Gordon just conceding a few double faults in that game, which he won't want reminding of, but Hewett with just that edge and explosivity at the moment, you sense.
It is off the ground strokes, isn't it, as well? He's just got that extra little bit of speed on that forehand and backhand, and he's really getting the kick off the court, not letting Gordon get into that strike zone that he wants, making it really, really tricky.
Hewett winning the power battle at the moment, as you say. There was a good return from Gordon Reid. You thought he had the upper hand, but then the response from Alfie Hewett, quite outstanding.
Just ripped it on the half volley, didn't it? Picked it up
quite.
from the baseline. Phenomenal skill.
And that was beautifully timed from the British number 2. If he can reproduce that form that he found from a set up but love 2 down in the second set yesterday against Gerard, he's going to be tough to stop. Just missing that off forehand on a couple of occasions over the last 5 minutes for Gordy.
Much better return that. Managed to find the width. And now if he just couldn't quite get the strings on the ball.
Now then, rewarded for his positivity. A break back point for Gordon Reid here. Can he get across the line in this game? Needs to stay with Hewett here, you sense. Yes, just burly, strong arming his way through there, Alfie Hewett, with that off forehand winner.
He made that look a lot easier than it was, didn't he? The wind was just bringing the ball towards him, and he somehow got around the outside of the ball.
Yeah, out-muscling Gordon Reid there with all of his firepower. And it's something that we're witnessing on a regular occurrence now. Both men ultra focused. Well, fends off the break point, does Alfie Hewett, and holds on for a 4-1 lead. Couldn't quite grab his towel, though. Second time he does. It's a strong start from the 23-year-old, who's been just vicious racket head speed, purring with energy throughout the early stages of this one. He certainly looks well prepared with what he's got on his table there. All sorts of potions and drinks and pastes and to keep the blood sugar up. Gordon just catching a breath. Hand on hips moment for him. All in white. The Federer and Nishikori clothing brand that he sports these days. Look very smart. Fine ambassador for them. Alfie plays with a sort of chest monitor on all around his chest the whole time, obviously taking some biometric readings and analytics of his physical performance.
I think it's to do with the heart rate. They have a system called First Beat, I believe it is. I used to use it as well when I was at the LTA. It measures your heart rate, your level of exertion. So they're going to have exact ideas of how tired, how fatigued, how much distance he'll have covered throughout this match.
Oh, superb all-court tennis from both players. Terrific. First met back in 2013 at the Northeast Wheelchair Tennis Tournament main draw, and that back then in the final was when Gordon Reid won Love and Won on an indoor hard court. Wish he could wind back those days. He'll be thinking, look at the technique on that backhand volley with the other arm for balance. He's a cool dude, isn't he?
He really is. Beautiful technique.
Back then, Gordon won the first 7 back-to-back against Alfie in those early days when Alfie was a young teenager. And then suddenly, over the years, Alfie's become more and more prevalent. And now with a stranglehold really over the head-to-heads, 11 of the last 12 won. Last one at the French Riviera Open, in which Alfie won the tournament. That's a beauty from Gordon Reid. And as fast as Alfie was throwing his chair around, he couldn't get anywhere near that one. And that really is just wheelchair tennis experience, isn't it? Knowing where to put the ball according from where your opponents come, and just perceiving all of the right choices at the right time. Good decision making from Reid. Needs to hold on here, because Alfie's prowling around at the back of the court, eyeing this return opportunity. He'll want that one moved. Nudges it into the corner. And he'll get to look at a second serve to return here. Look at the energy here. Throwing his chair about. Gordon Reid holds on to 15. That'll feel good, but he won't be sitting down quite as comfortably as Alfie will right now. Alfie's got a 2-game cushion, but still, that's reducing the deficit nicely from the British number 2's perspective. But he showed us how good he was yesterday when he was love 2 down against Gerard in that second set. Won the 6 successive games. He can just suddenly go on these runs. As soon as he hit it, Alfie, there was a sort of wince on his face as soon as it left his racket, like it was going to go out. Nice disguise from Gordon Reid. Slight of the wrist, coming around the outside of that ball on the backhand. Generous angle. In concentration, and Alfie just about to throw himself under a bus here at love 40. Double fault didn't help. Gordon's raised the bar simultaneously as well, and so a swing in momentum possibly here. Love 40, 3 break points for the British number 2. Takes it with a forehand return winner down the line. So 2 games in a row then for Britain's Gordon Reid. He really is making a decent fist of this opening set now, from 4-1 to 4-3. Cuneda's taken the opening set 6-3 over Gustavo Fernandez, out on 5. To keep you abreast of all things wheelchair tennis. That's the top half semi-final. Top seed against the 4th seed in that one. Shingo looking good, the 7 times British Open men's singles champion. Has obviously done a lot of work in preparing for Tokyo Paralympic Games. I'm surprised if he's here, why Yui Kamiji isn't.
Yeah, I suppose it's personal preference, I guess. Maybe she'd rather be back home in Japan preparing for it. And Shingo Cuneda would prefer to be here, getting some matches in, trying to win another British Open title to add it to the collection.
He's looking unsettled and twitchy, isn't he? Disappointed at what the unfolding of the last 2 games. He's desperate to make amends. You can never really settle as a performance athlete, can you, with someone chasing your tail the whole time?
Not at all. Always got to keep striving for more.
Perfectionism can be a curse, but it can also drive you. Firmly struck backhand return from Britain's finest there, Alfie Hewett. Right onto the wheel of Gordon Reid. 3 immediate break back points for Alfie Hewett. Well, it's been high-level tennis match this that we're being treated to. Gordon coming up with a timely ace to keep the game alive. And he wants to look at these balls as well, as if to say, which one of these is the newest? I'll take that one, please. Get a little bit more pop off my serve. Still got to fend off danger of 2 more break points, has Gordon. Alfie Hewett breaks serve again. puts himself just a game away from the opening set, just casting a quick glance down the other end to take a look at the response of his dear friend and doubles partner, trying to pick up on any signs of frustration that he will then sort of send into the next level of confidence and good feeling. But Gordon doesn't give much away on the tennis court. He's fairly stone-faced most of the time. Serving for the set then, Alfie Hewett. Yeah, too much power and placement on that one.
Took it on so early as well, didn't he? Just takes it at shoulder height and really leans into it and is able to get that rotation with the shoulders.
It's conjurous the way he does this. Look at this. Picks the racket, balls off the floor with either hand, racket in hand, just pops them into the spokes of his wheel. 2 points away from opening set now is Alfie. Well, they both have had so much success alongside each other in doubles over the years. Both very cool customers in the crunch. Both play the big points normally very, very well. They were due to meet at the Cinch Championships in the quarterfinals of the men's singles there. Alfie having to pull out with a bad back. Gordon's touch evading him under so much time and pace pressure from Alfie Hewett. So now, exactly after 40 minutes, it's Alfie Hewett with a set point opportunity on his own serve. A roar of delight from the British #1. He secures the opening set. 6-3, 41 minutes played, and you can hear what he thought of that.
You really can. I got the impression that he felt it was getting a little bit tight towards the end, that He didn't want to let Gordon back into that first set. Wanted to close it out as soon as he possibly could. Looking at the stats here, just a little bit better with that first serve percentage up at 60%. Just winning a few more first serve points as well. But other than that, it's pretty close. Gordon being very clinical on his break points, taking 2 out of 2. But Alfie's just so much better at creating those break points. Could have been a little bit more clinical with them. But it was just that one break in that opening set that made all the difference.
And Gordon has wheeled off in his day chair and been denied access to the nearest toilets. COVID protocol, has to go the distance, literally wheeling around to inside the clubhouse toilets. It's just the way it is at the moment. We've all been sort of sectioned off to certain areas of the club that we can and can't go. Strange times these, but everybody's in the same boat, having to adhere to the rules. That's the only way we can stage the tournament. But it's been a brilliant tournament so far. A tournament sponsored by Uniqlo, the prime sponsor of the wheelchair tennis tour these days. But interestingly, their last 2 matches at the Loughborough Indoor Wheelchair Tennis Tournament earlier this year, and the French Riviera as well, out on the outdoor clay of Paris, both recent matches went the distance to 3 close sets, with Alfie coming through deep in the 3rd set of both. But it's interesting to see whether he can get this done in straight sets. He'll dearly hope so that he can save some energy for what looks increasingly like taking on Shingo Kunieda, who, as we announced earlier, is 6-3 up against Gustavo Fernandez. But there's no writing off the South American, because he's absolutely stacked with muscle and he just fights as hard as he can. I'm curious whether we get a score update from Marshall on that. Is the phone pinging on you? I'm just wondering.
Not quite, but
No.
I'm sure any second now we might get a bit of an update from him.
Yeah, Marshall is working hard behind the scenes to keep everybody informed of all the unfoldings of and intricacies of this British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. And he's a very busy man, because staff numbers on site have been minimised, and so suddenly his work burden, like many, has sort of trebled. So he's wearing several hats here, but he's our man on the stats. He's absolutely brilliant, and I don't know how we'd do this without him, quite frankly, because he's just so on it all. But yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it, to know which matches to put on this centre stage, because the quality is so high here. I mean, we even had Dida de Groot, and you know, the top seed in the women's singles, out on court 5, as was the 7 times men's singles champion Shingo Kunieda of Japan, taking on Flying Fernandez. I mean, that's really in itself worthy of centre. But of course, it's hard to warrant having 2 matches from the same category on centre. So they have to prioritise, and it's a job that the referee and tournament director are grappling with every day. And I'm told from Marshall, who kindly lets us know, that Kunieda is 3-1 up 2nd set, as well as taking that opening set against Gustavo Fernandez. So it looks at the moment, if the seedings and current scorings project out the way they are at the moment, that Kunieda would go through to take on this man. Highly probable. He's just a set away from victory, and keeping himself busy, Anna, so important.
It is. It can be tricky to know what to do when a player takes a toilet break. Do you just sit there and gather your thoughts, or is it more important to try and keep moving, keep that body temperature up? But as you mentioned earlier, Alfie looks quite like he's quite a twitchy character. He's always on the move. So you could just see him rolling between either side tramline just to keep those arms ticking over. And now he's ready to go. He wants to try and finish this in straight sets if he can.
Yeah, he saw a ball down there at the back of the electronic scoreboard. Couldn't reach it with his own racket, so he's called one of the Lions judges to do the honours. So Gordon's back. Yeah, and these guys slip between chairs so quickly. But of course, they've got to get seated in and strapped in really tightly. So no engagement between the two athletes. This is all business today, and they've taken it so professionally, which is great, isn't it? There's no sort of giggling or unusual behaviour. It's been very, very black and white. Difficult pill for Gordon to swallow, I'm sure, as the man that really graced centre stage in the early days. And then along came Alfie to upstage him, frankly. Here we go then, start of set number 2. Looks like it's going to be Gordon Reid to get this set underway.
Second sets, Reese.
Wasn't worth waiting for that one, was it?
I think there was a huge gust of wind at the same time. That's annoying. He tried to wait, didn't he, to get the opportune moment then.
Yes.
That massive gust of wind came and he ended up getting it on the frame anyway.
Always likes to keep busy, prowling around, keeping the chair moving, keeping momentum. Gordon again with a saved ball toss. Alfie doing a lot of hard miles at the back of the court. Well, his ball naturally loaded with so much spin that even miss-hits tend to go in.
It does. He's able to get that really nice arc on the ball, get that height over the net, so it's always kicking up. He's always got that element of safety with his shot, even with the amount of racket head speed that he is able to generate.
Rarely kept still on a tennis court. He's not going forwards, he's going backwards. Not still for very long. Nicely done.
50-40.
It would be really interesting to see how many miles these guys cover on a court with the amount of movement that they have, especially someone like Alfie, as you said, is always on the move, always patrolling that baseline.
So a break of serve for Alfie Hewett. He's off to a flyer in set 2 as he was in set 1. He really is keen and intense, determined, and just so single-minded in his quest here to perhaps become the first British winner in 30 years of this men's singles title. Yeah, they say that a player can travel up to 10 kilometres in a 3-set match and make up to 800 left and right turns. If that's the case, then you've got to reckon that Alfie would be right up there in terms of those stats, because he's a busy boy, isn't he? That's for sure.
Absolutely. He's definitely reaching those numbers.
But it's about efficiency. You don't want to be a busy fool and waste energy. Clever back behind. And it's really unusual, isn't it, that you grapple with somebody like Alfie Hewett, but find a way past the beast of Joachim Gerard. Do you know what I mean? Who's the recent Wimbledon winner? It's just different game styles. Hey, sometimes your game fits hand in glove with certain game styles, not others, and this seems to be the way for Gordon against Alfie.
Also, I just don't think he's quite reached that top level that he had yesterday. He's sort of playing maybe his B game, whereas yesterday he was on his A game, and it's just a few too many errors. You just can't afford to do that against someone like Alfie.
And you wonder how much Hewett is accountable for just that, don't you? It's interesting.
Especially with their head-to-head record. The last sort of 13 times they've played with Alfie having such a formidable record against him, you think, is that putting extra pressure on Gordon to feel as if he has to play better? Makes the errors come, goes for a little bit too much, so maybe it's just an accumulation of it all.
Oh, a little teaser. Beautiful silky hand skills from Gordon Reid there. That was stunning. Just carving enough around the side of the wall. Some thought it was too lofted, this. Even Alfie, with all of his speed, couldn't get there. Brilliant play from Alfie Hewett. It's amazing, isn't it, in wheelchair tennis? When us able-bodied players look at wheelchair tennis, you kind of think that, oh, he's definitely got the upper hand, and then suddenly the ball comes back to an awkward part of the court for a chair player, and the whole dynamic can shift in a heartbeat.
It is, it's completely different.
Yeah.
You've got to think about where's an awkward place to play. Sometimes in able-bodied tennis, you think down the middle wouldn't be the most effective shot. But then if you're kicking it deep down the middle against someone who's playing in a wheelchair, it's so good to jam the opponent.
What a surge from Alfie Hewett there. That was vicious speed. He was motoring around there, burning rubber throughout. Such physical intensity. That was an outstanding point.
That was incredible. He almost hit it from behind him. And you can see here when he's moving back, just that little look over his shoulder, making sure he saw where Gordon was and picking exactly the right spot to go for.
You said it, the look over the shoulder. There's so much happening, isn't there, in wheelchair tennis that really needs to be acknowledged and sort of saluted. As you say, the look over the shoulder to see where his opponent was, not trusting his peripheral vision. Just incredible. Because a lot of the time, these guys have got their back to the court, as Alfie had there, to scurry backwards. It's just fascinating. Gordon Reid with work to do here, trailing Love 2 and a set. He was Love 2 down against Gerard. Just to reiterate, it's worth reiterating, he won 6 games straight to win the set and the match 6-2. So it's well within him. No call came. Alfie didn't like it. It's the bossy return of serve there that set the tone for the point from Alfie. Judging on this performance so far, it's really hard to see past Alfie Hewett for the tournament, isn't it? The way that he's been playing so explosively, so intensely. The focus is just otherworldly to me.
If he's able to keep this level of intensity, aggression.
Well, instant chair overrule, no protest from Gordon. I think in his heart he knows it was on the line.
I think it was tough for the lines judge to see the chair got in the way, so they maybe had to make a call, but luckily the umpire overruled.
Well, he's getting a rough deal out on that wide sideline, is the Glaswegian. That's gorgeous though, isn't it? Carving round the side of the serve, going with the trusty lefty can opener, and it serves him well.
That was brave for a second serve as well, wasn't it? That's such a crucial moment in the match. Couldn't afford to go down 15-40, but trusted himself and really went after it.
But you do sense, given what happened in the first set and the way that Alfie's playing, that this is a must-hold service game for Gordon. Super play, taking time and space away from Gordon Reid. Alfie Hewett with another blistering forehand. He's got all the answers so far. So tough to resist, not finishing with a flourish, isn't it?
We've all been there.
Yeah.
We want to go for that popcorn winner, but
Ball.
Deadly accurate, just enough pace. He's got so many ways to pick a lock.
and it all starts from the movement, doesn't it? Just the way he's able to get into perfect position so he can do whatever he wants with the racket, able to maneuver it in either direction.
Ball.
volley to control right into the body. A wry smile of frustration. It's been one of those days for Gordon. Fighting as hard as he can to contain and detain the now British #1. His doubles partner has played a blinder so far. Well, conceding with a double fault he will not like, but there's a man who will as he stares down the court just to see if there's any hint of emotion from Gordon Reid. Not so. Alfie Hewett off to a flyer in set #2. 6-3, 3-love. The British #1 leads as we head into the second hour of play here on centre.
We now know who the winner of this match is going to take on in the finals. Cuneda, the #1 seed, Gustavo Fernandez, 6-3, 6-2 in just an hour and 23 minutes. The Japanese #1 seed is now just one match win away from an 8th title, which would see him become the holder of the most British Open men's titles, that record that he currently shares with Australia's David Hall. But can Alfie Hewett stop him? Not looking like Gordon Reid can at the moment, unless there's a significant turnaround. A few more forehands just like that, doesn't he, Gordon Reid? What he wouldn't give for a break here. Can't let Alfie go 4-love up in this second set. Look at the contrasting body languages at the moment.
Gordon shaking his head down a little. Alfie wheeling around in a frenzy, desperate to get across the line and put his dear friend and opponent today to bed.
Gordon is starting to look a little defeated, isn't he?
He is, yes.
In terms of that body language.
Yeah, it's been a very dictatorial performance from the British #1. He's looked good throughout, and he's still busying himself. Look at this, feverishly just collecting balls at the back of the court, banging them down. He's had a really good day at the office so far. Just 2 games away from his second ever showing in a final here. He's been hitting the ball beautifully, and he just looks so still-eyed and utterly focused. And by contrast, now you sense Gordon out of desperation starting to overpress. He has to roll the dice on far more shots as a consequence of the scoreline. Got to weigh heavy on his shoulders right now. Needs to find this wide sliding serve. Get Alfie off the court, you sense. He's played this match at some pace though, Alfie, really wheeling around. Slammed away. That'll feel good.
Taking out a little bit of the frustration into that shot.
Look how hard he works to get wide of the court to give himself plenty of room to dispatch that.
Had to be careful about not touching the net as well. And that would have topped off the day, wouldn't it?
Now in able-bodied tennis, I would normally suggest commentating, well, the player normally wins the point after because of the bounce smash away with such aggression and authority. I wonder if they can here as well. Explosive backhand return, just missing its mark. Gun-like sound on contact. Couple of chances to get on the scoreboard in set 2. Yeah, the physicality of Alfie Hewett again, just in Gordon Reid's face. He's been exceptional today with his industry, and he's been rewarded for it.
He doesn't even want to let one game go, does he?
No, so determined, absolutely, Anna.
And that's what makes him so successful. Doesn't even like losing points, let alone games. Oh, frustration rears its head. Gordon slams the ball out of court.
That one sent searing onto the beautiful grass turf of centre adjacent. Now from 40-15, pegged back to deuce. Just when we thought he was going to salvage some pride and secure a game in this set. The bagel possibility still on. Oh, that's glorious. Brilliant serve. He does indeed get a breadstick on the board in set 2. And he's still in this match. You can never write him off, given what we saw yesterday when he was love 2 down in the second set. Came back, turned it around, won 6 straight to win the match against Gerard, no less, the reigning Wimbledon champion. So discount Gordon Reid at your peril. But he does have a lot of work to do against the man who has looked absolutely mercenary so far. Alfie Hewett, the other side of the net, he has had Grand Slam singles success 3 times at the French Open. He's won a hat-trick of titles at Roland Garros. And twice at the US Open, but never on the grass of Wimbledon. His game doesn't seem to hold up that well because he's got big cuts at the ball. I don't know. But never beyond the semi-finals at the All England. And he has been to the title decider down in Melbourne Park in the Australian Open at the top of the year. But you do sense if you can keep this kind of level, that titles will come thick and fast. The current French Open champion serving here a set and 4-1. If he were an able-bodied player in the men's game on the ATP Tour, who would he be? I've got a picture in mind that comes to me. Anything jump out at you immediately, Anna?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'll give you a hint. A Russian player. On the men's tour.
A Russian current player?
Yeah.
Rublev.
Yes.
Is it the fast forehand?
Yeah, isn't it? It's that fast frenzy that Alfie plays at. Do you know what I mean? Off both wings. Like lights out tempo. Take no prisoners kind of game style. Yeah. It's great to watch, isn't it?
It really is.
Gordon, it's been a frustrating day. He's tried everything so patiently, so diligently, the Glaswegian, but just can find so few ins today. Only managed to break the Hewett serve twice in an opening set. Conceded 4 times himself. Nicely done. Lovely back behind.
One of the few times today we've actually seen Gordon Reid able to dictate a point from the return. really good down the middle and then able to use that forehand like he did yesterday, but he just hasn't been able to do that enough today.
Yeah, Alfie's chair manoeuvrability has been absolutely first class today, hasn't it? Speedy, dexterous, rarely wrong-footed.
Yeah. Hewett.
Alfie Hewett holds on.
Hewett leads 5 games to 1.
And sets sail for home. 4-game cushion. Just a game away from what will be his second ever British Open men's singles final. Again, keeping himself busy, hammering the balls down the other end into the corners of the court respectfully, because if he were to hit it to the centre of the court, it might rebound and get in Gordon's way. But the backboards, interestingly, are a little bit pliable here, aren't they? Not quite as firm as they are elsewhere, so the ball tends to sort of just fall off the backboard rather than rebound, which would be quite an irritant. So Gordon Reid then serving for his survival in this British Open. Addressing the court slightly wider. Normally means he's going to go with a slider. You could hear this sort of snake-like hiss as he kissed the ball with the strings, cutting around the side of it. Well, that just synonymous with a man who is struggling for confidence. A swing and a miss, not like Gordon. And that's been a little microcosm of his day, hasn't it? He's been hitting the ball okay, but just missing. Alfie Hewett 2 points away from the W now. Oh, how's he done that from that court position? Outstanding. He's having one of those days, isn't he? Absolutely brilliant. 2 match points now for the British #1, Alfie Hewett. He almost made that as well.
Went a little kamikaze, didn't he? He thought, I'm just going to rush to the net. And it almost paid off. He got a racket onto it.
Yeah, on that Japanese theme, you said it. Shingo Kunieda coming past Gustavo Fernandez. He's in the final already. Lies in wait. 3-2 the win for the Japanese top seed. Second match point for Alfie Hewett. Fist pumping. Alfie Hewett into his second ever British Open men's singles final. 4 years ago, Alfie lost to Gustavo Fernandez in the title decider. Will he rewrite history on Sunday? A no-nonsense, business-like, almost emotionally detached win for Alfie Hewett, the British #1, coming through 6-3, 6-1 in an hour and 21. He's only dropped, what is it, something like 4 games so far in the whole tournament. Quite outstanding from Alfie Hewett. More than that, it's 7 games in the tournament so far. That's incredible, isn't it?
Such a clinical performance again today. I really didn't let Gordon have a sniff at it from that first game onwards. Again, you can just see how dominant he was on the return. The amount of chances that he created, 15 break points compared to just the 2 for Gordon. The scary thing is it could have been even more clinical, but he's got to really be pleased with what he brought out there. He's got to take that confidence forward into the final as well.
Yeah, you know, he's got to be really pleased with that. And the way that he did it, he wasn't rubbing Gordon's face in it at all. It was very businesslike between both of them. They're dear friends. That won't go unchanged, I'm sure. But on the day, Alfie just had that little bit too much, didn't he? Too much racket head speed. His ferocity that he was throwing his chair around out was just otherworldly. And, well, he came out the outright winner in what, in the end, ended up to be a little bit of a sort of lopsided contest. But all credit to Alfie Hewett. We'll be hearing from him very shortly in interview, I'm sure. And, well, Gordon Reid's tournament comes to an end as he wheels past our commentary position. But again, a good win for Gordon, which was, you know, on the back of a good week. I'm sure he'll be back to contest the men's doubles. He's later on this court, 5th matchup alongside the winner of this one, Alfie. They'll be taking on Egberink and Scheffers, the Dutch combination, the 3rd seeds, and I can tell you in that one, they're trailing 1-3 coming in. So work to do in that doubles semi-final. But when Alfie's ready, we'll await a few words from our winner today. Ended up being a little bit more lopsided than I think we anticipated, Anna.
It really was. I think especially after that first couple of games, you thought they're both playing pretty well out there, and then all of a sudden Alfie just managed to change gear and really go up, and Gordon wasn't just able to hang with him.
So it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds in the final. The finals will be on Sunday, of course. Shingo Kunieda, 7 times British Open champion, takes on Britain's #1, Alfie Hewett. Will he become the first British winner? It's been a long wait, rather like when Andy Murray had that long wait after the Fred Perry win many, many years ago. I think it was 36 or 37 years. But in this contest, it's certainly been 30 years since we've, well, we've now had a men's British winner. So just waiting for Alfie to clean up his station. And hopefully we'll be hearing from him very, very shortly. He will need to get himself ready for his men's double semi that we mentioned earlier. And, well, it would be nice if they could somehow find a way of doing the double. Here's Alfie now.
Alfie, congratulations on the win, 6-3, 6-1. It was very pulsating to watch. How was it for you?
Yeah, I think it was a strong performance from myself. Served really well and I felt like I really dominated the rallies when I had a chance on getting a look in. So no, I'm very happy with the result.
You talk about a strong performance. In commentary, they were talking about your forehand is very reminiscent of Andrei Rublev's. That you're very relentless. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, no, he's actually someone that I kind of look up to in that respect, because we hung out a little bit in Rotterdam when he won his title there, and so did I. And we actually sat down afterwards and had a glass of champagne. So he's someone that I think is incredible, the amount of power that he gets on that forehand. So I don't think mine's quite as quick as his, but yeah, it's something that I've been trying to work on, I guess.
You're going to meet the top seed, Shingo Kaneda, in the final. Can you give us some preliminary thoughts about that final for us?
Yeah, it will be a good match. For anyone watching, I think it will be a real good contest and a good battle. We've had many matches against each other which have always been tight, so it could go either way. So I'm going to have to be playing some pretty good tennis to beat him.
And I have to ask you, for those who don't know, Alfie's a massive Norwich City fan, and they are back in the Premier League starting in a few weeks' time. How happy are you to see your team playing the elite competition in England?
Yeah, it's where we belong. But we've got Liverpool first match of the season, so not an easy introduction.
Congratulations, Win. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, interesting. We were right about the Rublev thing. He knows Andre well, and they shared a glass of champagne in Rotterdam. And yes, he does. He's got a forehand very similar. So that's what's unfolded so far today. We've had Sam Schroeder, Jordan Wily, and Alfie Hewett as 3 winners in the first 3 contests of day 4 here on semi-finals Friday. Do join us for more live coverage. There'll be plenty more today. There's a lot more tennis to come on this court. Do stay with us, but from Anna Smith and myself, Paul Hand, will bid you farewell for now, and do join us tomorrow at 10 o'clock local time for all of the doubles finals action, and then thereafter on Sunday as well for the singles finals activity as well. So it should be really good fun. See if you can join us for that. But do stay with us for the upcoming doubles. Bye for now.
After all the singles action here at the 31st British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships, it's now time to focus on the doubles, and we have a doubles semi-final for you in the women's main draw. It is Japan's Saki Takamura and Manami Tanaka taking on the second seeds, the British pair Lucy Schuker and Jordan Wily, for a place in the final. This is something that's going to be very intriguing and compelling to watch, because this is a repeat of the French Riviera Open semi-final, which was won by the Japanese pair Takamura and Manami 7-5, 6-4. The question is, can the British pair, the second seeds, Wily and Schuker, level things up? They are next on centre court.
best of 3 tiebreak sets between to the left of the chair, both from Japan, Takamura Saki and Tanaka Mana. And to the right of the chair, both from Great Britain, Lucy Schroeder and Jordan Wily. Wily won the toss and chose to receive. One. 30 seconds. Time. First set. Tanaka Manami to set. Ready? Play. Love 50. Love 30. First. 15-30. $15-40. Good. 13-40. Okay. Schroeder 1. First game. Lucy Schroeder to serve. $15. Good. 30 low. game. Wily. Wily lead 2 games to love. Takamura Saki to set. $13.50. Left, that's it. $14.50. advantage, Takamura. Advantage, Wily. Game. Schroeder, Wily. Schroeder, Wily lead. 3 games still. Time. Down Wily to set. Let us. Dirty low. 30 all. Forty 30. Game. Schroeder, Wily. Schroeder, Wily, 4 games. Still up. Love 50. Love 30. Love 40. Fifteen 40. Thirty 40. started Wily. Game. Schroeder, Wily. Schroeder, Wily, 5 games still up. Time. Love 50. $15. $15.30. $13. Left. $30.40. Again, Takamura, Tanaka. Wily lead, 5 games to 1. Love 50. Fifteen.
Out.
15-30.
Out.
14-30. Juice. advantage, Takamura. Okay. Takamura, Tanaka. So for Wily, 5 games to 2. Time. Fifteen. Out! 15. Out! 30-50. That's you. G30. game on the first set. Shika White. 6 games to 2. Time. Second set. Danica. Love 50. Love 30. Love 40. Okay, Schroeder, Wily. First game, second set.
First set.
Love 50. $15. 30. Schroeder. Okay. Schroeder, Wily. 30. Let us. Nice. 14-30. Game. Takamura, Tanaka. Wily, 2 games to 1. Time. Home. 15 long. 15 long. Left for set. Zero. T30. Okay. Schroeder, Wily. Schroeder, Wily lead, 30 against 1. No. 30 love. Left, first. 14-50. Game. Takamura, Tanaka. Wily, 3 games to 2. Time. Left, press. Left. Wily. Wily lead 4 games to 2. Love 15. Love 30. Nice 15-30. Two. T40. Time. Love 50. Love 30. Fifteen, 30. Fifteen, 40. Game. Takamura, Tanaka. Wily lead, 5 games to 3. Love 50. Love 30. Love 40. sets to love, 6-2, 6-3.
Lucy, Jordan, lots of smiles, lots of giggles between the two of you. Congratulations on your win. You're into the doubles final. Lucy, let's start with you. What was the most pleasing thing about your performance?
I think the communication today was really good. It was one of our focus points. And then the movement together, you know, having Geordie on this side of the net with me for once is nice because she moves so well. She's got good power, she's got good reach. So yeah, it's just a really nice match to play.
Same question to you as well, Jordan. What was the most pleasing thing about your performance?
Yeah, same really. Like I think we just moved really well, and like we were in the control of the whole match. So no, I'm pleased. It's really good.
You mentioned about the movement. There was a lot of movement between both sets of you today. Was that quite key, just to keep them moving around the court, Lucy?
Yeah, I think like doubles it's all about moving, and for us, if we get stuck, then I think it shows that we're either not communicating, we're not executing our shots. But if you've got space to move and to be able to move onto the ball and hit, then you get to execute much better. And I think that was one of our focuses, and we ticked that one off.
Jordan, on your first serves between the pair of you, it was around about 60–65%. How pleased were you with that for that percentage?
I mean, it was better than my singles. I think my singles was about 50%. So it's on the way up. I'd still like it to be higher, but it's a bit tricky today with the wind. I was struggling a bit with the ball toss. So I know the problem, so we'll sort it out for tomorrow.
Does it feel like, dare I say, a little bit of revenge after what happened at the French Riviera Open last month, the semi-final with this pair?
It was a different Japanese pairing. Like Saki was part of that last time. I think, you know, tennis is tennis at the end of the day, and I think today we just executed much better than how we played there. I don't think we played our best tennis in French Riviera, and the clay court's a little bit tougher to move as well. And I think, yeah, the movement was key, and we did that better today, which was best.
That's actually a really good point. Actually, making that transition to the clay to this type of court, has it been challenging for both of you, or you just managed to make the switch quite easily?
I think it's like we've been on clay and then grass and then hard.
Yeah.
So I mean, this feels like ice. I love it. I think the transition is pretty easy from any surface back to hard, because obviously we play on it so much. I'm just happy to be back on hard court because I can move and I feel fast again. So.
And as I mentioned earlier, you're into the final. Can you just give me some preliminary thoughts about that? Let's start with you, Lucy.
Yeah, I think it will be a tough match. Is it against the Dutch pair?
Do you know what? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
I think
it's going to be tough, but I think, you know, if we can have our game plan and we move and we like communicate and execute our shots as best as we can do, and as a team, then I think that's the first step. And you know, if we come out the winners, then that'd be awesome.
And Jordan, another final for you. You're going to be a busy person the next couple of days. Where are you going to get the energy from?
Yeah, I'm just buzzing. Like, I love playing finals. It's great to be in the final, both of them. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy they're going to be on 2 separate days, so I get a rest. But yeah, like Lucy said, it's going to be a tough match. But I'm quite excited to play them. We haven't played them for a while, and I think, you know, we've improved on some bits since the last time. So yeah, I'm excited.
Congratulations, ladies. Look forward to seeing you both in the final.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, done.
gentlemen, this is a resumption of a rain delay match. Tom Egberink, Michael Steffers to the left of the chair, lead 3 games to 1, first set. Seconds. And warm up, ball change. To serve. Ready? Play.
You. 15 love. Yep, go. Okay. Good. 15 all.
Game. Hewett, lead. Echoing Schroeder's lead, 3 games to 2. Love 15.
Hey.
30-15. That's it. Goals! 40-30. Okay, Hewett. Read. Hewett read the 4 games to 3. 30-15. That's yours. That's 14. Hewett, lead. Here we lead 5 games to 3. Reviewed 5 games to 4. Time. Love 15.
Left.
First serve. First serve.
Right.
15-30.
Here we go.
Fifteen 40.
Right.
Game in first set. Hewett lead. 6 games to 4. Time.
Level 6. 7.
Yep.
Second set. Hewett to serve. Love 15.
Right. Right. Right.
30.
Heb jij je rug?
Ja. Correction ball is good.
Oh, nee.
There's no space, there's no gap.
Yeah? Why is he on the line then? Why is he on the line? Weet je toch niet?
15-30.
15-30? Why? Because he called out.
The ball came after the ball.
No. He hit the ball and then he called already.
For me, that wasn't what happened.
He called it at the same time. Yeah. Thanks, Gordy.
Replay points. Love first.
Thank you. Really? This one you didn't know, bro.
Come on. That's you.
Mooi nou.
30-40. Juice. Advantage. Hewett. Juice. Advantage. Davis. Game. Everybody, Davis. First game, second set. Love 15.
One more.
15 all.
Me.
There's one behind the scoreboard as well.
One game on. Number 15. Yep. 40. Schiffers lead 2-1. Time. Love 30. 20-40. Juice. Advantage, read.
Yay! Up!
Juice. Advantage, Jeffers. Steffens. Steffens leads 3-1. 15-30.
Ja, mooi. Dat
15-14. Okay. Ekberink, Schäfers. Ekberink, Schäfers lead 4-1. Time. Love 15. Love 30.
Ball.
Yes!
Advantage, lead. Advantage, lead. Hewett, lead. Checkers lead 4 games to 2. 30-15. Okay, cheers. Schroeder's lead 4 games to 3. Time.
Boys.
Not 15.
Out! Hey, lazy.
15. 15-30. Hewett, move. 4-game goal. That's enough. Fire! 30-15. 14-15. Hewett, lead. Hewett lead 5-4. Time. Love 15. Let's go. 30, 40. advantage. Victory. Okay. Everybody, strikers. 5 games all. 30-40. Advantage, Jeffers. Advantage, lead. Okay, Hewett, lead.
I can't see that from here. It wasn't that far.
Wait. Huh? Wait. Thanks, Gordon. It was Alfie. Oh, thanks, Alfie.
Second serve. I can't see it from here.
I should say that as well. Thanks, Alfie.
Lead 6 games to 5.
Yes, done.
15 love.
Here we go.
Advantage, lead.
Allez.
Advantage, lead. Length. First serve. Advantage, lead. Okay, second match. Hewett, lead. 2 sets to love, 6-4, 7-5.